As Sonny sat on the cold stones wiping blood off his face and wincing from pain, the whole castle shook slightly, and dust fell from the ceiling of the wide corridor. Looking up, he frowned slightly, then turned to Horace and indifferently cut a strip of cloth from the hunchback's garments. The corpse didn't mind. Tying the cloth around his head to stop the blood from streaming into his eyes, Sonny sighed and summoned the runes. Shadow fragments, 956 out of 1,000. Sonny sighed. Such an injustice. His battle with Horace was one of the toughest he had experienced on the Forgotten Shore, but all he had got from it was one measly shadow fragment. This was one of the lamentable quirks of the Shadow Slave aspect. It didn't differentiate between humans and nightmare creatures at all. From its point of view, Horace was nothing but a dormant beast. Or maybe it was a blessing in disguise. If he could massively boost his power by slaying other humans, that would complicate matters. Luckily, he didn't have to think about it. Killing humans is a really unlucrative business, Sonny said with regret and glanced in the direction of the throne room, where the terrible battle still raged on. Several hundred humans, driven insane by fury and bloodlust, could create a lot of destruction in a very short amount of time. Several hundred powerful sleepers, each in possession of an aspect ability, were so much worse. Add the echoes in the mix, and Sonny shuddered to imagine what was going on back in the Great Hall right now. The number of lives being extinguished every second up there must have been immense. The members of the host, the followers of Changing Star, and everyone unlucky enough to exist on the Forgotten Shore today were dying by the score. Blood was flowing like a river in the halls of the Bright Castle, just like Cassia had predicted all those months ago, just like Sonny had feared it would. What was Nephis thinking? Her ambition had never been to become the ruler of the Dark City. Wresting the control over the ancient castle from Gunlog had always been just a means to an end. Her true goal had always been in the Crimson Spire, where the terror of the Forgotten Shore dwelt. From that point of view, this massacre was such a waste of potential soldiers, of countless memories, of every other potential resource she was going to need to reach the gateway. But then again, for the other sleepers, maybe it wasn't. After all, the rest of humanity was not bound by the strangeness of the divine aspect Sonny possessed. When one awakened killed another, they received a vast portion of the soul essence their enemy had accumulated. A lot of it simply disappeared, but what remained was more than enough. The Crimson Spire was not a place one could conquer with cannon fodder. So, really, Nephis did not need 1,000 weak humans. What she really needed were a few hundred powerful, battle-tested fighters. In that sense, what was happening in the Bright Castle right now was not a waste. It was a consolidation. The question was whether Nephis meant for this, or merely would benefit from it. Sonny thought he knew the answer, but wished he didn't. He sighed and rose to his feet, summoning the Midnight Shard from the darkness of his soul. It was time to rejoin the battle. In the end, almost 200 people perished on that day. Despite all that death, the battle ended in a bitter draw, and the main reason for this was only 3 people: Nephis, Trent, and James. No matter how powerful and skilled the rest of the sleepers participating in the battle were, no one stood a chance in a fight against any one of these 3, not even Castor, who, by then, many had believed to be one of the strongest fighters in all of Dark City, due to his incredible skill, powerful aspect, and noble background. When the proud legacy clashed against the leader of the hunters, his enchanted sword quickly found its way into James's heart. However, to everyone's horror, the tall man did not even blink after receiving the mortal wound, and just a few short moments later, it magically closed, not leaving even a scar behind. No matter how many times Castor had cut or pierced the body of the fearsome hunter, James's flesh simply restored itself. It was as though the proud legacy was cutting water. James's aspect ability made him nearly immortal, while his incredible skill, cunning, and might made him a herald of death. Trent was equally as formidable. His powerful aspect ability was tied to cold and ice, It allowed him to both make his skin hard as stone and debilitate his enemies, turning their movements slow and stiff. What was worse, it countered Nef's flames to a large degree. Eventually, when the death toll became too large, all three gave their followers a command to retreat. By the end of the day, the new lord of the Bright Castle was still undecided. The castle itself became divided between three warring factions, led by the three contenders to the throne. The largest and strongest faction, one with the most fighters and most memories to arm them, was formed by the alliance between Trent and the leader of the Handmaidens, Shan. Together, the guards and the Handmaidens became a force that the other two factions could not challenge openly. They held the northern and western parts of the castle, where most of the strategic and easily defendable areas of it were situated. The second faction was led by James and Kido, the chief artisan. While the two of them had fewer fighters than both the other factions, each of these fighters was worth a dozen. They were the hunters, the most experienced and formidable sleepers in all of the Dark City. Although the territory this faction held was not large, it was of utmost importance, since they controlled the only reliable source of food and water in the Bright Castle. The last faction belonged to Nephis alone. She controlled the southern part of the castle, where its main gate was situated, as well as the outer settlement, to where many of the previous inhabitants of the ancient citadel had fled in hope of finding shelter. However, they quickly realized that there was no more safety anywhere in the Dark City. With Gunlog gone, all order disappeared. No one went on hunts to bring back food. No one manned the walls to drive the nightmare creatures away. No one was there to stop the crime and violence that blossomed in darkness of anarchy. And things weren't going to change until a new lord usurped the White Throne. The bloody struggle for the crown had begun. In the next couple of weeks, the Bright Castle had become a strange place. Inside its magnificent halls, barricades were built, and 3 makeshift fortresses appeared, each faction holding a specific territory. Beyond these protected areas, there was no man's land. Going outside of a faction's stronghold was often tantamount to death. No one knew what they would encounter there. Corpses littered the floor, with an occasional marauder hiding in the darkness. With no more law, tyrannical as it had been, many people gave in to their darkest impulses. But these wretches were the least of the dangers that now populated the castle. A much worse fate was to stumble onto a patrol or a war party of another faction. The guards, especially, were quick to slaughter anyone they met, sometimes in gruesome and imaginative ways. The hunters and the followers of Changing Star were equally as ruthless, but at least not without reason or provocation. But the most terrifying change was that now, humans weren't the only creatures populating the ancient citadel anymore. After Gunlog's death, so many people were killed and the rest were too busy with their little war to keep defending Bright Castle. And just like that, after so many years, the nightmare creatures returned under its roof. Some were killed by the representatives of the factions, but some managed to hide themselves and create nests somewhere in the depths of the stronghold. No one knew how many there were, but the terror kept people awake at night. There were also a lot of rumors going around, each one more frightening than the other. The most persistent of them told of a horrible creature called Bloodlord, which apparently stalked the corridors of the Bright Castle and killed humans, tearing their throats open with sharp fangs and consuming all of their blood. Some even thought that it was Gunlog himself, who returned from the grave to bring vengeance to his killers. Sunny was doubtful of these rumors up until the moment when he had found a bloodless corpse of a young guard on one of his patrols. For a moment, he felt fear creep into his heart. He knew what the blood flowers were, after all. But then he calmed himself down, remembering that the Bright Lord's body had been destroyed during the massacre that followed his death. If the corpse of Gunlog wasn't walking around drinking people's blood, though, then what was? There were a lot of disturbing things happening in the castle these days. Apart from the frequent but minor skirmishes between the factions, people kept dying in all manner of morbid ways. He didn't even want to think about it. There was no safe place anywhere now, except for maybe the 3 strongholds. The outer settlement had been completely abandoned. At first, Nephis had tried to create a safe haven there for those who did not wish to participate in the war, but she was quickly taught a bloody lesson by her enemies. Spreading her forces too thin was simply an invitation for an attack. After that, all of her followers, willing or unwilling, had relocated to the southern part of the castle and joined the ranks of her fighting force. And yet, even 2 weeks later, nothing had changed. The three factions continued their bloody struggle, unable to break the status quo. Sonny thought this was madness, and he could tell he wasn't the only one. People had tolerated this war when they thought it would be quick, but as days stretched on and nothing changed, the citizens in each camp grew more restless. Soon, something had to change. One evening, Sonny was warming himself by the fire. He sat on a crate in one of the halls of Changing Star's stronghold. In his hand was a bowl with a measly ration, which he nevertheless was eating with a lot of enthusiasm. A few meters away from him, a couple of Neph's followers were doing the same while having a conversation. Out of boredom, he listened to their voices as he ate.
"Have you heard? They found another dead guard near the throne room. The Blood Lord got him."
The second follower responded, his voice laced with fear. "Good riddance. That thing really creeps me out, though." The first person nodded.
"Yeah, scary. But do you know what I'm really afraid of?"
The slum dweller looked at his partner, who had been paying a tribute to live in the castle just a few weeks ago, and raised an eyebrow. "What?" The first man answered in a whisper so soft Sonny had to strain to hear it.
"Horace, that creepy bastard. Where is he now? Damn, if I were able to dream, I'm sure I would be having nightmares about that butcher every night."
The second man blinked. "Wait, didn't you hear?" The first guy leaned in closer.
"What?"
His companion answered flatly. "He's dead." The tributary opened his eyes wide, while Sonny turned away and tried to suppress a smile.
"No way!"
The second man pressed on. "Yeah, they found his body after the big battle in a hidden passage behind the throne. Someone had beaten him to death. With bare fists. That's what I heard." For a few seconds there was silence. Then one of them said,
"What kind of human could kill that monster? With bare hands?"
The slum dweller shivered. "That's the thing. No one knows. All of the powerhouses were accounted for. You saw it yourself. They were all fighting in the throne room." The first man inhaled deeply.
"Crap. Now I am even more scared. Horace was dreadful enough, but to think that there's a person in this castle who is powerful enough to kill him so easily, while remaining completely unnoticed and unknown for all this time. Damn, that's terrifying."
The slum dweller gave him a nod and turned to Sonny. "Hey, Sonny, right? You're Lady Neph's scout? Who do you think could kill Horace?" Sonny thought for a moment and then said honestly,
"Well, apart from yours truly, who is a true terror on the battlefield and possibly one of the deadliest sleepers to ever exist in the world, I think Cassia could."
The young man stared at him with disapproval and then shook his head. "Not cool, man. Boasting is fine, I guess, but mocking Lady Cassia was really low of you." Sonny blinked. When did he mock Cassia? Considering the aspect ability that Horace possessed, she was really the next best person to fight the hunchback after Sonny himself. She was already blind and adapted to fighting in that state as best as she could. With the help of her echoes, Cassia stood a good chance of surviving that battle. With an apologetic smile, he shrugged.
"Sorry, I chose my words badly. In any case, I'm off."
With that, he jumped off the crate and headed toward the barricade that served as the border of the faction's stronghold. The slum dweller raised his eyebrows. "Where are you going? Night is approaching." Sonny grinned.
"Hunting for a big one. Nah, don't worry. I lived in the Dark City for 3 months, remember? Nothing is going to happen to me today."
Sonny enjoyed cultivating an air of mystery around him, and he had to admit he got a thrill from the danger. Who knows? Maybe he'd even run into this Blood Lord tonight. Sonny assumed his exchange with these two men ended the moment he stood up, but apparently he was wrong. The slum dweller pressed his finger against his lips and hissed in exasperation. Are you crazy? You can't just say that you'll be safe. You're going to jinx yourself. Take it back now. Sonny blinked.
What? No. Well, I was crazy for a while, but now I'm not.
The young man looked at him with doubt and shook his head. Still, don't tempt the universe. Do you at least have a memory to keep you safe? The question of arming themselves was a big problem for Neff's followers. Unlike the other factions, she welcomed everyone, regardless of their value, but that meant more than half of their camp didn't have memory armor or even a weapon, having to make do with mundane armaments fashioned out of anything that was at hand. It was one of the reasons why fighting against the guards and the hunters was so hard for them. The other guy, the one who used to pay tribute, sighed and called out to his friend.
Have you lost your mind? You are talking to a member of Lady Nephis' personal cohort. Of course he has memories.
With that, both of them looked down on their own makeshift swords. These two were among those who wielded black claws, blades made out of the talons of the spire messenger Sonny and the rest had killed. Their bases were wrapped with leather, allowing a person to use the long curved talon as a weapon. Considering that these talons came from a fallen monster, as far as weapons went, they were some of the best. Wielding them efficiently was not an easy task, though. The slum dweller grimaced. Right. Damn. I'm proud to wield one of the black claws, don't get me wrong. But if each of us had a proper set of memories, those bastards wouldn't be picking us off one by one anymore, that's for sure. Sonny looked at him with a complicated expression. Then he smiled.
A good memory can change a lot, that's true.
As soon as he turned around, the smile disappeared from his face. He thought,
one memory is not going to save your lives, though. All of you are just walking corpses.
With that, he left the two sleepers behind, climbed over the barricade, and left. Nevertheless, they were right. The lack of memories was a big problem. Sonny walked through the shadows, moving deeper and deeper into the belly of the ancient citadel. The bright castle was enormous in size and had countless twisting corridors. Some were comparatively easy to navigate, while some followed no apparent logic. There were tall towers connected by aerial bridges and deep dungeons full of darkness and danger. There were humans with murder in their hearts prowling these corridors, as well as much more terrifying things. Disturbing sounds sometimes echoed through the stone halls, making Sonny stop and frown. A couple of times, he decided to hide to avoid being noticed by the patrols of the guards or the hunters. Following in their wake, he stumbled on a few fresh bodies and regretted not killing those bastards when he had the chance. Half an hour later, Sonny was somewhere under the main keep of the castle, moving through a dark corridor with careful steps. It was then that he heard the sound of a struggle coming from beyond the next turn. Sonny sighed, certain he stumbled onto some run-of-the-mill skirmish. He thought,
what a bother, but I guess I should check it out.
Hesitating for a bit, he made the turn and witnessed a scene that was typical in the ancient citadel these days. One human was trying to kill another. In this case, it was a burly guard that seemed vaguely familiar. The large man was pressing someone small and skinny to the wall, strangling them with gauntleted hands. A broken oil lantern was burning on the floor, making the shadows of the two struggling people seem large and menacing. The guard's face had 4 deep scratches on it, which were oozing blood. It was contorted in an expression of rage and dark delight. The face of his victim, meanwhile, was slowly turning blue. The person pressed to the wall was a petite young woman with darker hair and brown eyes, which were currently full of pain and despair. Just a few moments before she lost consciousness, though, a hand appeared from the darkness and slid a strange transparent dagger across the guard's throat. Hot blood shot into the air, and he fell to the ground with a horrified gurgling sound. The young woman staggered and drew in a hoarse breath, rubbing her bruised neck. A few moments later, she looked up and cautiously studied her savior. It was a very pale, slender young man with a youthful face and dark, strangely magnetic eyes. Currently, He was wiping his dagger on the sleeve of his armor and staring at the dying guard with an indifferent expression. In fact, Sonny was disturbingly nonchalant, not at all like someone who had just killed another human being. There was neither disgust and fear, nor delight and triumph on his face, just nothing at all. His was the face of a cold-blooded killer. Turning to her, the young man smiled.
"You're Eiko, right?"
Sonny looked the young woman over, making sure that she wasn't seriously wounded. He knew her a bit from his short initial stay in the castle. Back then, she had been one of the few people who were able to pay tribute without worrying about making enough shards to do so the next week. She owned the only gambling den in the Dark City, which automatically made her establishment popular among the members of the host, but it was also the reason why many of them harbored resentment toward the tiny girl. Eiko cautiously nodded. Usually, there were mischievous sparks in her eyes, but right now, there was nothing but subdued fear. Sonny dismissed the Moonlight Shard and pitched his voice up to become more friendly.
"Nice to meet you. I'm Sonny."
The young woman stared at him for a bit, and then eventually forced out,
"You're one of Changing Stars' men, right?"
He grimaced.
"I'm no one's man. I'm completely my own, but yes, currently Nephis is my employer, I guess."
Eiko hesitated. When she spoke, her voice was polite and pleasant.
"I see. Well, Sonny, thank you for saving my skin. I'll be going then."
Sonny grinned.
"Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that you can go? I think not. In fact, I must insist that you stay."
Eiko glanced at the corpse of the guard, then back at the pale young man. Did she imagine it, or were there slight hints of madness in his eyes now?
Why didn't you say so? If you want me to stay, then I will definitely stay. It will be my pleasure, really. But, Sonny, why exactly do you want me to stay?"
He scratched the back of his head and answered after a bit of a pause.
"Oh, I'm glad that you asked. You see, I'm trying to hunt down a big one, and I thought that you would be able to help."
Sonny stared at Eiko, secretly delighted that he didn't have to look up for a change. The young woman's eyes darted into the depths of the corridor, clearly evaluating how good her chances of running away were. Whatever she thought her odds were, Sonny knew they were far worse. In the end, Eiko sighed and turned to Sonny with a deep frown. For some reason, such a serious expression looked a bit comical on her petite face.
"Sonny, was it? Listen, buddy, boss, I am really thankful to you for helping me out, but honestly, do I look like a hunter? How am I supposed to help you hunt? Maybe go ask one of your strong manly friends?"
Then her eyes widened.
"You're not planning on using me as bait, are you?"
Sonny chuckled.
No, nothing like that. It's just that for this particular hunt, you are the only one who can help. By the way, I didn't just stumble on you by chance. I was watching you for a long time, actually."
She paled a little. The fact she had been oblivious to being stalked was definitely a cause for concern. Yet she knew very little of Sonny, and tried to avoid rattling him by letting her alarm show.
I see. Well, to each their own, I guess. But still, I am no warrior. I really think that I won't be able to help you out this time, sadly."
Sonny shook his head.
"Relax, Eiko. You see, the big one I'm hunting is a friend of yours. Big, fat bastard named Stev. He's the one I'm after. And I know for a fact that you know where he's hiding, because you're the one hiding him."
An expression of utter surprise appeared on Eiko's face. Sincere confusion laced into her voice.
"Wait, what? Stev? The memory market guy? Why would I know where he is?"
She blinked a couple of times, then added in a cautious tone,
"Are you sure you're not confusing me with someone, Sonny?"
Sonny sighed and lingered for a few moments, then rolled his eyes.
"All right. I don't really want to waste time here, so we'll do it the quick way. Look there."
He pointed to his shadow. Eiko lowered her eyes, which then widened when the shadow suddenly turned its head and waved to her. Eiko let out a yelp.
"Oh!"
and stepped back.
"What the?"
Sonny crossed his arms and shot her a cold look.
"This here is my shadow. It's an invaluable helper. Among other things, It can walk around on its own and report back to me the things it saw. Guess what it saw yesterday?"
Eiko paled, staring at the shadow with wide eyes. The shadow stared back at her, full of disdain. Sunny's eyes darkened.
"So, let's not pretend you don't know where Stev is. Just take me to him."
The young woman glanced at him and gritted her teeth. A look of resolve filled her eyes. It surprised and impressed Sunny, though he continued to wear a menacing poker face. Eiko glared at Sunny.
"What do you want from him?"
Sunny raised his eyebrows.
"What do I want? That guy is walking around with 100 memories in his soul core. Guess."
Eiko clenched her tiny fists.
"He's my friend. I'm not going to—"
Sunny waved her hand and interrupted her.
"Oh, don't be so dramatic. I'm not going to do anything bad to him. If I wanted to, I would have killed him already. My shadow saw where you were going already, remember?"
In fact, Sunny was bluffing. Well, he was almost sure that Eiko was hiding Stev because of how much food she was stealing every couple of days. Too much for such a tiny girl to eat alone. He had no idea where her hideout was. That was because it was situated somewhere past the guard's territory, and Sunny had avoided sending his shadow anywhere near Shan. Back during his initial stay, the handmaiden seemed to clock his shadow once, and he wouldn't risk that again. Sunny studied Eiko. She seemed to be debating his credibility, so Sunny decided to lay it on thick.
"You must know that memories can't be taken off the dead, only given freely. Killing Stev gets me nothing. When I say I need your help, it's not to find him, but to make the introduction. Like an emissary."
A stunned expression appeared on her face. Given Sunny's forceful intro, she still sounded a bit scared of him.
"You really are not going to hurt us?"
Sunny offered her his most friendly, honest smile.
"I am not. You can trust me. I am the most honest man in the world, after all. 2 worlds, even."
For some reason, the petite girl shuddered. Whether she believed him or not, she seemed to realize it was in her best interest to comply. A few hours later, 3 figures were sneaking through the corridors of the Bright Castle. One was a pale young man in dark leather armor. The second was a petite girl with mischievous eyes, and the third was a giant of a man with a vast round belly. Because of Stev's less than subtle walk, all their attempts of being stealthy were rendered practically useless. Sunny was at the head of the group. As he neared a corner, he gave the other 2 a signal to stop.
"The guards are patrolling ahead. We'll have to wait a bit."
Stev and Eiko glanced at each other and shrugged. Because of their difference in size, the 2 looked nothing short of comical together. Shaking his head, Sunny summoned the endless spring and took a few sips of water, then offered the beautiful glass bottle to them.
"Why are you hiding from everyone anyway, Stev?"
The ample giant looked at him with a sullen expression. He spoke in a heavy, depressed tone.
"Why else? As soon as this mess started, I knew that people would be coming for me to get the memories."
Sunny frowned.
"The memory market belonged to the host, so why didn't you just go to either Trent or James?"
Stev grimaced.
"I know Trent too well to go anywhere near him with Lord Gunlock gone. As for James, we're on friendly terms, actually. But that girl, Kido, let's just say that I called her a few names in the past over a, business dispute, one might say. Who knew she'd go and become one of the lieutenants? Anyway, I was afraid for my safety because she and James are, close."
Sunny raised an eyebrow, then asked in a curious tone,
"Then what about Nethys?"
Eiko gave him a complicated look.
"We heard that her people don't treat us castlefolk well, and Stev was even officially under the host, so we sort of had nowhere to go."
Sunny frowned. There was indeed a measure of internal strife in Neff's faction, with some outer settlement people being against anyone from the castle joining them. Changing Star and the members of her cohort tried to prevent anything too nasty from happening, but they couldn't be everywhere at once.
"There are a few troublemakers, true, but you'll be fine. Just say that you're with me."
He thought for a couple of moments and then corrected himself.
"Actually, don't say that. Most of them barely know who I am. Say that you're with Knight. And if Knight asks why you were going around telling people that you're with him, Then tell him that you're with me.
The two of them suddenly looked at him. A huge smile broke out on Stev's face.
My buddy Kai is alive? That's wonderful news.
On Aiko's face, a dreamy expression appeared. Why haven't you told me that you knew Knight from the start? That would have made things so much easier. Sonny stared at them and shook his head.
Pick up your drool, will you?
Why had he even spent a whole hour trying to convince Stev to return with him? He could have just taken Kai with him and the damned bastard would have agreed after one smile from the beautiful archer. Sonny sighed and thought,
life is so unfair.
Then he suddenly turned his head and froze. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. The guards that were supposed to walk past his shadow a whole minute ago never appeared. Raising his hand, Sonny gave Aiko and Stev a signal to remain quiet. Then, with a frown, he commanded the shadow to abandon its hiding spot and find the guards. Sonny frowned and thought,
the guards can't be near us. I would have heard them by now.
But that begged the bigger question. If they weren't here, where did the bastards go? Soon, he had his answer. The bodies of 3 guards were in the corridor, 100 or so steps from Sonny's current position, just behind a corner. This spot was way off the route the guards had been walking, and as far as Sonny could tell, there was no reason for them to have gone there. Were they lured to their death? Or somehow silently killed and moved after? 2 guards had their skulls smashed in. Sonny did not know what weapon, tool, or limb was used to kill them, because their memory armor had already disappeared. Whatever was used had to have been something capable of piercing through steel, though, because the guards had been wearing helmets the last time he saw them. The 3rd man was in even worse shape. His throat was torn to such a degree that the young man's head was almost separated from his body. Sonny also suspected the marks along his throat were made by fangs. One would expect a sea of blood to come out of such a terrible wound, but in fact, there was surprisingly little of it on the floor. However, the corpse of the guard was unnaturally pale, as if devoid of blood completely. Sonny swallowed and thought,
it's him, or it.
Sonny felt a cold shiver run through his body. The shadow cautiously looked around, but didn't notice anyone else present on the scene of the gruesome slaughter. Aiko and Stev were staring at Sonny with alarmed expressions. After waiting for several minutes, he finally relaxed a little and motioned for them to follow. Aiko spoke in a hushed whisper.
What happened?
Sonny hesitated for a few seconds. He considered bluffing. He didn't know how his new companions would react to the news that they needed to keep their composure. Ultimately, with so many unknowns in play, Sonny decided to be honest.
The Blood Lord has just been here.
Their eyes widened. Stev's voice trembled.
That fiend? Then why aren't we running?
Sonny glanced at them with a calm expression.
Don't worry, it's already gone.
Inside, however, he was anything but calm. A creature capable of killing 3 guards was not necessarily something he would be scared of. One that managed to get past his shadow and slaughter them 100 steps away without making enough noise to attract his attention? That, on the other hand, was a reason for concern. What kind of abomination could pull off a task like that? Sadly, the 3 of them had to pass the place where the guards had been killed to reach their destination. Soon, the smell of blood hit their nostrils, making Aiko and Stev turn pale. The bodies of the guards looked even more gruesome in person. Sonny frowned slightly. While Aiko and Stev had to struggle to keep the contents of their stomachs inside, Stev seemed particularly uneasy.
Gods, poor bastards.
Sonny did not say anything, looking around with a dark expression. He was hoping to notice something that his shadow had missed, to give him a clue of what type of nightmare creature the Bloodlord was exactly. But there were no signs that anyone except for the 3 guards had been in this corridor in a long time. Aiko chirped up behind Sonny.
Hey, Sonny, can we please leave? This crap doesn't seem to bother you, but I mean, Stev seems to be really scared. Just imagine what is going to happen if he faints and falls.
Sonny hesitated for a little. then nodded. Just before they left, however, he suddenly noticed something glinting in the pool of blood. It would have been easy for Sonny to miss the shine, like his shadow had earlier. Honestly, it was luck that he happened to be standing there when the light hit the small object at the right angle to draw his attention. Crouching, Sonny reached out with his hand and picked up the bloodied piece of metal, then brought it close to his eyes to take a closer look. Pressed between his fingers was an intricate silver earring in the shape of a flower blossom. It wasn't a charm memory, though, just a simple piece of jewelry. Sonny silently asked himself,
"What is that thing doing here?"
With a confused scowl, he lingered for a few moments and then stood up, turning away from the mangled corpses.
"Let's get out of here."
Soon, they returned to the barricades creating the border of Changing Stars territory. The sleepers standing watch were surprised to see Sonny come back with two strangers, but let them in without asking any questions. Eiko raised an eyebrow.
Aren't you guys going to inspect us? What if we're spies?
The watchmen glanced at each other, and then one of them shrugged.
Usually we would, but it's Sonny.
The petite young woman smiled.
Oh, is he in very high regard around here?
The watchman gave a strange look and then coughed. With a bit of embarrassment. It's not that, it's just that starting a conversation with him is, well, you know, a headache. Sonny stared at him with an offended expression.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
The watchman hurriedly shook his head.
No, nothing.
I need to inspect the barricade if you'll excuse me. With that, he made a hasty retreat. Shaking his head in bewilderment, Sonny turned away and led the two newcomers deeper into the stronghold, searching for Nephis. She was alone in a spacious room. Changing Star sat on the floor, wrapping herself in her white cloak, and stared at the wall with a distant expression. These days, Neph was a bit strange. She had always been aloof and hard to read, but now, her usually indifferent face had become completely motionless. Her gray eyes had always been calm, but now, they seemed to be especially cold, almost empty. Sonny had no idea what was going on with her. He wondered to himself,
"Maybe she hasn't recovered from using her aspect ability to its full extent still."
Clearing his throat to attract her attention, Sonny gestured to the giant man and the tiny girl he brought.
"Hey, Neph, I've recruited these guys."
She tilted her head a little and didn't say anything. Sonny smiled.
"You remember Eiko? She was the one on whose behalf you had challenged that Pathfinder, Andel, and cut his head off?"
Then he glanced at Eiko and narrowed his eyes. The petite girl flashed a weak smile.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Lady Changing Star. That guy was, a real menace.
Nephis slowly nodded as if trying to recall.
You're welcome.
Then she looked at Stev.
And you are?
A wide grin appeared on Sonny's face.
"Oh, this is Stev. Stev is a very special guy, you see. He has 100 battle-ready memories stored in his soul core."
With that, Sonny patted Stev on the shoulder.
"Basically, he's going to solve our weapons problem."
Sonny didn't say the last part of the sentence out loud, but he was sure Stev understood what was implied, that help was not a request. With all of Memory Market suddenly falling into the hands of Changing Star's faction, the skirmishes happening in the halls of the Bright Castle became even more frequent and brutal. People kept killing each other, slowly painting the whole citadel red. And yet, it was still not enough for a winner to emerge. Nephis was always on the front lines, leading her people and slaying countless enemies with her silver blade, as if alien to the very concept of mercy. Wherever she appeared, blood flowed like a river. She had even clashed against Trent personally, but their fearsome battle ended in a draw. Now that more than 2 weeks had passed after Gunlog's death and the decimation of the previous order, humans were starting to suffer from the lack of food. There were more and more nightmare creatures finding their way into the castle, too. The situation was slowly turning into an irreversible crisis. In fact, it already had. The Civil War raged on, reaping human lives one after another. But it was also forging those who remained alive into much more fearsome, powerful, and hardened fighters. And then, suddenly, the status quo was finally decimated, announcing to everyone left alive in the Bright Castle that the end was drawing close. The new lord was about to take his crown, and it was not going to be the most noble or formidable of the candidates. It was going to be the most vicious. The news arrived in the stronghold of Changing Star's faction at the darkest hour of the night. The scouts sent into the depths of the castle returned one after another, bringing with them shocking news. The castle guard had secretly launched an all-out assault on the stronghold held jointly by James and Keto. The hunters were defeated, losing many of their numbers in battle. Left without their protection, almost every artisan had been captured by the guards, while Keto herself had been killed by Trent with his own 2 hands. After her death, James and his surviving warriors had to flee. After the scouts made their report, a heavy silence settled over the stronghold. Everyone understood what was going to happen next. The faction formed by the alliance of the guards and the handmaidens had already been the most powerful of the 3. Now that all the artisans were in their hands and most of the castle was under their control, they would be coming for Changing Star and her people next. In that silence, Nephis looked around at the pale faces of her followers and said, after a long and poignant pause, "Stay strong. We will prevail." However, for the first time, her words did not seem to convince them. After a long and sleepless night, an unexpected visitor arrived in the stronghold. It was James, the mighty leader of the hunters. The tall man looked very different from how he had before. His laid-back attitude was gone, replaced with dark exhaustion. His face was grim and ashen, and his light armor was torn and covered with blood. He wished to speak with Changing Star. After she arrived in front of him, James offered her the services of his remaining men in the struggle against Trent. She tilted her head and asked, her voice emotionless, "What about your ambitions? Didn't you want to become the next lord?" James was silent for a long time, the fire extinguished in his eyes. Finally, he said, "I never wanted to be a lord. It was Keto's wish. Now that damn butcher... Now that she's dead, I don't care about the throne anymore." He paused, a mournful shadow veiling his eyes. But then, embers of scathing hatred ignited in its depths. James gritted his teeth. "All I care about is to see Trent die. If you can promise me that you'll defeat him, I and my hunters will follow you to the end." Nephis was silent for a while, considering his words. Finally, she turned away and answered him. "Signal for your men to come. We have some food to share, so eat your fill. Prepare for tomorrow." With that, she walked away. James stared at her back and yelled, "What happens tomorrow?" Changing Star paused for a moment, then answered without turning her head. "Tomorrow, I will kill Trent." The next day, there were no scouts and no patrols sent out in the morning. Instead, everyone armed themselves, gathered together, and marched to the throne room. Nephis was walking at the head of her army, clad in the stark black and white armor of the Starlight Legion. On her breastplate, 7 shining stars were engraved. The Great Hall was just as they had left it 3 weeks ago. During that time, members of all 3 factions had gathered the bodies of their dead to give them proper burials. But the white marble floor was still painted red with blood. Trent and his people were already waiting for them there. The morose giant was sitting in the throne, looking down from its height. In his hands there was a terrifying heavy mace, still wet from the slaughter. Sonny grimaced, noticing the difference between the two armies. Despite all their losses, there were still almost 100 guards left alive. Not only were they better equipped and trained than the slum dwellers, but now they also had the captured artisans on their side, supplying them with all kinds of tools, gear, and deadly inventions. The artisans themselves were beside them, some of them bound and chained, some simply intimidated into submission. Their faces were pale, frightened, and bloodied. From their position in front of the guards, it seemed as though Trent was planning to use these poor people as a meat shield against Changing Star's assault. The handmaidens were also there, standing silently behind the guards. These quiet young women used to maintain the castle and complete various chores around it, but they were capable fighters as well. Since they had not participated in the furious battle that happened after Gunlog's death, their number did not diminish by much. There were around 100 of them, too. Their leader, Shan, was also there, at the base of the stairs that led to the throne. Looking at her, Sonny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He couldn't explain it, but this beautiful and strange woman made him feel fear for some reason. At first glance, Nephis had more people on her side. There were slightly more than 300 of them, comprised mostly of the surviving slum dwellers, with several dozen tributaries and a dozen or so hunters added into the mix. But really, only about half of them were worth anything in the fight against the battle-hardened guards. Altogether, these were all the humans left alive in the Dark City, just shy of 600. Everyone else was already dead. And how many more were going to die today? Two forces stood against each other, the desecrated expanse of the Great Hall separating them. For now, the tense silence was full of bloodlust and dark apprehension. Sonny slowly made his way to the first row of the crowd, staring at the opposing mass of armored warriors with a complicated expression. From his point of view, followers of Changing Star had little chance of winning this battle. They simply had no advantage against the castle guard, with the exception of the fact that there were more bodies they could throw at the sharp blades of the enemy. Even if everyone here was a mundane human, that would not have helped them prevail against a better armed and trained force. The fact that every single human in the throne room was a sleeper only made things worse. The potential difference in power between two awakened was much more vast than that between two mundane fighters. And yet, he didn't think that Nephis was going to lose, for that same reason. The guards might have been better equipped and more experienced than the slum dwellers, but they didn't have Changing Star on their side. They didn't have Effie, Castor, and James. They didn't have Sonny. They only had two truly fearsome champions, Shan and Trent himself. At the end of the day, the outcome of this battle was going to be decided by those few who stood out from the sea of sleepers, impressive as everyone still surviving in the Dark City might have been, like tall and unassailable cliffs. Among the awakened, individual power was so much more important, and in terms of exceptional individuals, the Changing Stars side was far superior. So yes, Sonny felt confident that Nephis was going to win, but at what cost? Out here on the Forgotten Shore, people had nowhere to retreat, so this battle was going to end only after one side was totally annihilated, and the closer to utter annihilation a faction would come, the more desperately its members would fight, like rats driven into a corner. When that happened, the bloodshed would only grow more terrible. Was it only going to stop when just a handful of the strongest and most resilient were left alive? As if reading his thoughts, Trent suddenly chuckled and looked at the crowd of people gathered in the throne room with a bloodthirsty smile. Sonny scowled.
Is that bastard actually looking forward to the slaughter?
The morose giant then looked directly at Nephis and grinned.
Changing Star. We meet again. But wait, who is that beside you? Is that James, my old friend? What a pleasant surprise. How considerate of you to bring him here. Now I won't have to search the whole castle for that filthy cockroach.
With that, he slowly rose from the throne, putting his terrifying mace on his shoulder, and ascended from the stairs, dark fires igniting in his eyes.
Have you come here to die too, Changing Star?
Nephis tilted her head and looked at Trent with empty eyes. No, I came here to kill you. The giant laughed. Stepping on the marble floor, he stopped beside Shan and bared his teeth in a vicious grin. The two of them looked truly fearsome together. The morose giant was like an incarnation of destruction and violence. His skin had turned slightly blue because of the invisible icy barrier that encased it. The air in the throne room suddenly became colder, with tiny snowflakes dancing in the beams of light. The mysterious leader of the handmaidens was reserved and elegant, but no less frightening. Shan was exquisitely beautiful, cold, and inexorable. She was wearing a simple but strangely regal dress, its velvet the color of red wine. There was an intricate silver necklace resting on her chest that accentuated her supple figure, and 2 bracelets on her wrists. Her most striking feature, however, was not her grace and not her beauty, but her skin. It was gray, like stormy clouds, smooth like silk, and devoid of any imperfections. Just like Nephis, Shan was one of those people whose appearance had been changed by their aspect. But in her case, that change was far more pronounced. It gave her an exotic and tantalizing, but outwardly inhuman look. Shan's beauty was of the kind that put both longing and fear in a person's heart. When Trent approached, Shan silently summoned her weapon and stared coldly at the crowd of slum dwellers. Many of them shivered and hurriedly looked away. Her weapon was curious. A graceful warhammer rested in her hand. One side of its head was forged in the shape of a narrow beak. The morose giant laughed.
Kill me. Haven't you tried already? If memory serves, the last time we fought, you ran away like a cowardly dog. What makes you think that today is going to be different?
Nephis raised her chin slightly and met his mocking gaze with silence. Trent shook his head.
That look. I dreamed about wiping that arrogant look off your pretty face for a long time. Today, I'm going to teach you how to beg, girl. So, what do you say? How about we finish this mess once and for all?
The guards stood beside him, laughing, and readied their weapons, looking at the slum dwellers opposing them with contempt and dark anticipation. Followers of Changing Star gritted their teeth, closing their ranks and preparing to charge. The bloodshed was about to begin. Nephis summoned her silver sword and answered Trent, her voice cold and indifferent. Let's. For a moment, time slowed. With a bestial smile, the giant stepped forward. He opened his mouth, ready to give his soldiers the command to attack. A step behind, Shan silently moved to follow him and brought the beak of her warhammer on the back of Trent's head, shattering his skull with one devastating strike. At the same time, the handmaidens who were standing behind the guards attacked the unsuspecting men with long knives that appeared out of their sleeves. These knives were not memories, and as such, did not take any time to weave themselves into reality or shine with ethereal light while doing so. Instead, They were fashioned out of steel, bone, and black obsidian. Just a moment later, the blades plunged into the flesh of the guards, ruthlessly slaughtering them. The handmaidens were aiming for their throats, hearts, and eyes. Blood streamed on the marble floors once again, and screams of terrified agony filled the air. By the time Trent's soldiers realized what was happening, it was already too late. They had no chance to resist the treacherous attack. A dozen seconds later, everything was over. 100 powerful fighters were mercilessly eviscerated without even having a chance to raise their weapons. Their corpses lay on the floor, a look of horror and disbelief forever frozen on their faces. Only Trent was still alive. Despite the fact that his skull was broken, the giant was still struggling to stand up, fury contorting the lines of his face. His disoriented attempts, however, were growing weaker with each second. A confused, pained roar escaped from his lips. As hundreds of sleepers stared back in shock and horror, Nephis slowly walked across the great hall and stopped near him. Shan, who was standing behind the giant, gave her a respectful bow. "Lady Changing Star." Sunny stared at her warhammer, which was wet with blood and bone matter, with splinters of bone sticking to its metal surface. An expression of recognition suddenly appeared on his face.
The hammer! The mason's hammer!
Held in Shan's graceful hand was the 6th shard memory, the one that belonged to the walking colossus, which was the statue of the builder who had created the walls of the Dark City. The sunlight shard. Nephis gave the beautiful woman a curt nod. "Good job." Finally, the identity of the spy who had been helping her from within the castle was revealed. Then, she turned to the dying giant and stared at him. Nephis's face was still and motionless, with no emotion appearing in her cold gray eyes. After a few moments, she said evenly, "I promised to kill you." With that, she raised her sword and pierced Trent's heart with one swift, precise strike. The giant man shuddered and then grew still. Retrieving her sword, Nephis closed her eyes and used it to support her weight for a few moments. A slight tremor ran through her body. The war for the throne was over. The Bright Castle had finally found its new lady. In the aftermath of the castle guard's annihilation, the core members of the cohort gathered in a small room that was situated not far away from the Great Hall. From there, they could hear the bodies of the slain guards being stripped of anything valuable and then dragged away to be disposed of, lest they attract the hordes of hungry nightmare creatures. Just like that, the former most powerful faction of the Bright Castle was no more. Judging by the expressions on everyone's faces, no one had been aware of the secret alliance between Nephis and the Handmaidens, perhaps with the exception of Cassia. Cassia had a calm smile on her face. She looked relieved and a bit satisfied. None of the others had dared to ask Changing Star about her alliance with Shan. Well, Sunny had no such problem. Staring at their intrepid leader with a dubious expression, he said,
"So, when did you start working with Shan?"
Nephis glanced at him, then shrugged indifferently. "Soon after you left." A slight spark appeared in her eyes. "Why? Are you surprised?" Sunny remained silent for a bit, then shook his head.
"No, not really. I figured out that your spy was one of the lieutenants a long time ago. I just didn't know which one. But I thought that either your cooperation ended with Gunlog's death, or that they double-crossed you as soon as you got rid of him for them."
Changing Star smiled darkly. "She would not do that." Sunny frowned slightly, then asked, his voice full of cold, calculating curiosity,
So, why didn't she join your faction when all of this had started? Why go to such lengths to create the charade?
But then he raised his hand to stop her from answering and grimaced.
Actually, don't say anything. I can guess. If the Handmaidens joined us directly, the power of the faction would have been too immense, and that would pressure the other 3 lieutenants into joining forces against it instead of fighting among each other. Then, we would have really had to end things with an all-out battle. The last man standing wins, right?
Nephis glanced at him and nodded.
Correct, more or less.
Sonny narrowed his eyes, but kept some words to himself, thinking,
not only did the 2 of them prevent Trent and James from considering an alliance, but they also eviscerated the castle guard without losing a single follower. How diabolical.
Even a treacherous cheat like Sonny couldn't help but be impressed. However, there was one problem. His frown returned, now even deeper than before.
If memory serves, the last time we talked about your spy, you said that she can never be trusted. You only trusted the information she provided. Why the change of heart? How come you were so confident that she would uphold her end of the deal and not backstab you at the last moment?
A very pleasant velvety voice suddenly came from behind him.
Perhaps I can explain myself.
Sonny jumped, but managed to bite his tongue, not fully vocalizing how startled he was.
What the hell? Where did she even come from?
With a startled expression, Sonny turned around and saw the beautiful woman standing right in front of him. Up close, she was even more striking, with her strange gray skin that seemed to shine softly in the sunlight.
How did she get so close without alerting either me or my shadow?
He didn't like the fact that Shan had been able to sneak up on him like that. Not one bit. Things like that were not supposed to happen. The gorgeous woman, meanwhile, gave them a reserved bow and said,
"Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shan Song."
Suddenly, Castor's eyes narrowed. A strange expression appeared on his face. Sonny did not miss that sudden change.
Well, the fact that our proud scion is reacting this way can mean only one thing. It's some legacy crap. Oh, great.
Sonny stared at Shan, seeing her in a new light. He studied every detail of her appearance, from the modest cut of her velvet dress to the glinting silver of her intricate necklace. She didn't look like a legacy, at least not the ones he had seen. However, one little detail of her appearance did give him pause. Noticing his gaze, Shan offered a polite smile.
No, I am not a true descendant of the great clan Song. However, I have been raised and cared for by the clan leader himself, like many other girls orphaned by the nightmare spell. As such, it is my duty and ardent wish to return to the real world and repay my debt.
She lingered for a few seconds, then lowered her eyes.
That is why, while you have no reason to trust in my character, you can at least trust in the fact that my wishes align with yours. I followed Gunlog because only he was able to give people a chance to survive the Forgotten Shore, and I will follow Lady Changing Star because only she can give us a chance to escape it. This is my belief, and this is what I will do. She is Broken Sword's daughter, after all.
Without having to discuss anything, everyone stared at Kai, who coughed and said in an embarrassed tone,
Yeah, all of this is true. She is very sincere."
Effie raised an eyebrow at Kai, then she turned to Shan and shrugged.
Well, welcome to the team then, I guess.
One after another, the other members of the cohort repeated her greeting. Sonny was the last to speak. When it was his turn to greet the beautiful handmaiden, however, he remained quiet. Soon an awkward silence hung in the room. Sonny glanced at the rest of the people gathered there. Nephis, Cassia, Effie, Castor, Kai, Shan, and him. 7 people in total. A few moments later, he turned to Shan and stared at her for a bit, then finally said, his voice strangely suppressed,
Welcome.
She looked at him with a reserved smile. However, Sunny wasn't done talking. Quickly glancing somewhere left of Shan's face, he hesitated for a little, and then added,
Oh, right. I almost forgot. I found something of yours. I think you dropped it.
With that, he raised a hand. On his open palm, an intricate silver earring lay, one side of it covered with blood. Shan looked at it for a few moments. Then, her lips suddenly parted, her smile turning wide and brilliant. Glancing at him with sparkling eyes, she said,
Thank you very much. Sunny, right? I thought I lost it.
Her teeth were perfectly even, pearly and spotlessly white. Sunny shivered, but tried to suppress it. He wasn't sure what to make of the new addition to their cohort, but he realized there were 7 original leaders, and now a new group of 7 were rising to finish what the originals started. In the next week or so, things moved with terrible speed. Nephis became the ruler of the Bright Castle without any type of glorious ceremony or impassioned speech. No one questioned her authority anyway, as though it was a simple fact of life. In a sense, it was. It was what the people of the encampment had been hoping for months. Sunny found it interesting, however, that she didn't take her seat on the white throne of the ancient citadel once. Even when there was a need for a large gathering, Changing Star sat on the last step of the stairs leading to the throne, as if making a point to show that the Bright Castle did not belong to her, or perhaps that she did not belong to the Bright Castle. At first, he was sure that Nephis was going to push people to march on the Crimson Spire immediately, but she didn't even mention it. When he confronted her about her plans, she simply said that they were going to wait until the winter solstice came before making any decisions. It was just a few days away anyway. In the meantime, everyone who was left alive had a lot to do. There were just 500 people in the Dark City now. In less than a month, the human population of the Forgotten Shore had been reduced by half. The outer settlement remained completely abandoned, but even then, there were barely enough people to maintain and guard the Bright Castle. Nevertheless, they persevered. The halls and corridors of the ancient citadel were cleaned of blood and corpses. The nightmare creatures that had found their way inside were methodically hunted down and eliminated. The breaches in the defensive lines they had created were located and repaired. Nephis's watchmen assumed the role of the obliterated castle guard, manning the walls and protecting the stronghold from outside threats. The hunting parties resumed their expeditions into the ruins, with hunters from the outer settlement and the castle joining forces under the leadership of Effie and James. Once again, there was food for everyone to eat and safety to enjoy. Despite the harrowing hollowness and the absence of so many young men and women who had died in the turmoil of the bloody struggle for the throne, not to mention the invisible scars left on the souls of those who had survived, things were slowly starting to resemble how they had been before. But behind this veil of normalcy, they were anything but. And the reason for that was Changing Star and her crown of dawn. With the help of the miraculous shard memory, humans of the Dark City were now able to not only hunt more nightmare creatures with less risk, but they could also challenge fallen rulers of the cursed ruins. Not every one of these terrifying creatures could be killed without paying too terrible a price, of course. But after so many years on the Forgotten Shore, experienced hunters knew a lot about various horrors populating the city. Putting the knowledge together, they determined which ones they could challenge and survive. One after another, many powerful nightmare creatures were tracked down and slain. Suddenly, humans have become, if not the apex species in the Dark City, then at least not the weakest one. not by a long shot. By killing fallen abominations, Nephis was achieving several goals simultaneously. She was steadily accumulating an arsenal of memories to arm every person in the castle. Some of those memories were even of the ascended rank, and the number of such powerful armaments slowly grew. She and her warriors also brought back large quantities of soul shards, which were then given to the inhabitants of the castle to absorb and grow stronger. It also helped keep everyone well fed. In an ironic twist of fate, it appeared as though now it was the bright lady who was paying tribute to her subjects and not the other way around. This only made the respect and adoration people felt toward her grow stronger. But most importantly, perhaps, was the fact that through these hunts, she was training her people to fight together as a cohesive force and prevail against creatures that were much more powerful than them. That was perhaps the greatest gift that she could give her people. That, and the elusive and powerful feeling of hope. For the first time in a long time, the city didn't feel so deadly. It didn't feel so empty. It felt like there was a future to fight for. Guided by Cassia, the surviving artisans were hard at work too. They were applying their mastery and craft to close any gaps in how the humans of the Dark City were equipped and supplied for the battle against the Dream Realm. However, the nature of their tasks was drastically different now. Before, they had been in charge of maintaining the lifestyle of people living in the castle. They also had been in charge of supplying Gunlog's host with gear and equipment. Now, however, their only job was to create things people were going to need in battle and things that would help them to survive in the unforgiving wasteland of the Dream Realm. It was as though they were preparing for war. There were a few large projects that the artisans were working on that Sunny knew little about, too. These things were requested from them by Nephis herself. He suspected that they were going to become useful once the time to attack the Crimson Spire finally came. And just like that, the winter solstice came. After weeks and weeks of busy work and preparations, now it was time. On this day, exactly a year ago, Sunny had arrived on the Forgotten Shore. It was hard to believe that he had survived here for so long, that any of them had, but it also seemed as though 1 year was not enough to encompass it all. It felt like a lifetime. Several lifetimes, perhaps. It was also on this day, a year later, that Sunny turned 18. Remembering his previous birthday, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Back then, Cassia, who had been a complete stranger, offered him unexpected congratulations. He also made plans to celebrate his next birthday as an awakened by drinking a cup of coffee with lots of milk and sugar. Those dreams were not meant to come true, sadly. Instead, Sunny met his 18th birthday in an empty hall of the Tower of Dusk, practicing the steps of the shadow dance, sweat streaming down his lithe and strong body. These days, he felt that he was almost there, just a little bit more, and the first level of mastery over his mysterious aspect legacy would be his. It was already in reach. But one more thing happened on that day. As Sunny continued to train, the subtly familiar voice of the spell suddenly whispered into his ear.
Your shadow has evolved.
Lowering his sword, Sunny stood in the silence of the empty room for a while. In the window, the distant axis of the Crimson Spire loomed, the light of dawn slowly painting it red. A subtle smile appeared on his face.
"Ah, thank you, spell. What a nice birthday present."
Summoning the endless spring, he greedily drank delicious cold water and then sat on the floor, crossing his legs and drawing a few deep breaths.
"Let's take a look."
Leaving his worries behind, Sunny dove into the Soul Sea and walked past the rows of motionless shadows. A long time ago, there had been just a handful of them. Now, hundreds of dark silhouettes watched silently
as he approached the tenumbrious sun of the Shadow Core. Among them were all kinds of horrors, creatures whose appearance alone would drive weaker men insane. The Mountain King was there. The Black Knight was there too. The terrifying Spire Messenger stood lifelessly on the tranquil surface of the water. And there were humans too. Horus was among them, and so was Harper. But Sonny didn't pay them any attention. Standing beneath the Shadow Core, he sighed and summoned the runes.
Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Dreamer. Shadow Core, Dormant. Shadow Fragments, 977 out of 1,000.
He was so close to accumulating the whole 1,000. If Sonny really wanted to, he could have abandoned caution and pushed to reach it before the inevitable journey to the Crimson Spire. However, he was wary of delving into anything unknown right before the fateful confrontation. He also felt that his time was better spent consolidating and perfecting everything that he had already learned and earned, not wasting it trying to acquire something new. Still, it had not been an easy decision. With a sigh, he continued reading.
Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Ordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Blood Blossom, Moonlight Shard, Weaver's Mask, Echoes, Shadows.
He tilted his head and read, an amused expression appearing on his face.
Marble Saint.
Marble? Sonny's brows furrowed, but he remembered all of the collapsed marble in the cathedral. How fitting. Without wasting any more time, he summoned his shadow from the depths of the core. She appeared in a whirlwind of black flames, standing in front of him, with her usual taciturn aloofness. However, Sonny couldn't help but gasp. The saint was indeed changed. She grew taller and was now even more oppressive. Her graceful stone-like armor, which had looked as though it was cut from granite before, was now entirely black and glossy, like obsidian or onyx. In fact, it was very much like the shattered onyx armor he had purchased with Kai's help. Her skin, on the contrary, became smooth and as white as alabaster. At least the small portion of it he could see through the visor of the helmet. Saint seemed much stronger, much more aware, and more deadly. But that was not what made Sonny gasp. The thing that stunned him was what hid beneath the armor. Within the shadow that populated Saint's body, there used to be 2 ethereal dark embers. But now, there were 3. Sonny stared at her for a while. He wondered, did she rise to a higher class? Finally, he calmed down and made the runes describing the shadow appear. A moment later, his hopes were proved true.
Shadow, Marble Saint. Shadow Rank, Awakened. Shadow Class, Demon.
Sonny's eyes widened. Demon. She was a shadow demon now.
Shadow Attributes, Battlemaster, Stalwart, Spark of Divinity.
The next line had not been there before. Sonny held his breath.
Shadow Abilities, Weapon Sage, Underworld Armament.
He lingered for a moment, trying to suppress a triumphant smile. He had always known that Saint was not a typical nightmare creature, but to think that she would acquire an actual ability before even becoming a devil, and not just 1, but 2. Burning with anticipation, he read on.
Weapon Sage, Ability Description. Marble Saint can effectively wield any weapon-type memory. Underworld Armament, Ability Description. Marble Saint's armor can accommodate a charm memory to inherit its enchantments.
Sonny was silent for a bit, then turned his head and stared at the taciturn monster. No, not monster. Demon. A satisfied smile finally appeared on his face.
How wonderful.
Not only had his shadow grown tremendously stronger, but she now also had the ability to use any weapon he would provide for her, as well as reinforce her armor with all kinds of powerful enchantments. The possibilities this could provide her were truly endless. The potential combinations, the flexibility, all it took was to find proper memories. Sonny shook his head and grinned. Before, he had sometimes thought that Saint was suited to command an army, but now he understood that he had been wrong. She was the army. A few hours later, the members of Neff's cohort gathered on the roof of the old hunting lodge, which still stood at the edge of the slum. Shan was also there, which made Sonny slightly uncomfortable. He didn't let it show on his face, however. The outer settlement was desolate and empty. There were no desperate, hungry youths around anymore. All of them were now either safely hidden behind the castle walls or dead. It would just be the 7 of them. They came to see Kai off. The charming archer was standing near the edge of the roof, checking his equipment for the last time. He was wearing a new stylish armor and a leather jacket with fur on its collar. On his back, there was a quiver full of arrows and a backpack with water, food, and other supplies necessary for a long journey. Sonny didn't know about the rest, but his heart was heavy. As though reading his thoughts, Kai turned around and smiled.
Really, guys, don't worry. I'll be fine. This is not my first time spending some quality time in the labyrinth.
No one answered, knowing that the mission entrusted to Kai this time was especially dangerous, but also important. He had to leave the Dark City and explore the vastness of the Forgotten Shore in search of new humans sent here by the spell. Today was the day of the winter solstice, and that meant that out there in the real world, thousands upon thousands of sleepers were currently preparing to enter the pods and arrive in the dream realm. Sonny sighed.
Just don't bring back anyone as irritating as you, all right?
Kai chuckled.
No promises.
With that, he waved them goodbye.
Well, wish me luck.
A few moments later, he was gone, turning into a small dot in the sky. The remaining 6 people stared at it for a long time, their faces somber. Their future depended on what Kai would discover. Theirs, and that of everyone else still clinging to life on the Forgotten Shore. A few days passed in tense anticipation. Sonny spent them doing the same things he had been doing before, training and preparing mentally for what was about to come. He had a lot of things to do. First came his technique, which was based on the flowing battle style that Nephis had taught him, with elements of Stone Saint's grounded style added to its adaptive foundation. He wondered if his shadow's technique would change with her evolution, but even as the Marble Saint, her style was still grounded and the same as ever. His skill was growing sharper and sharper, slowly being elevated and solidified at the level that his current understanding of combat allowed, and the elevated maneuvers of his Marble Saint pushed him even further when he used her for training. Sonny was not a novice anymore. He survived hundreds of deadly battles, and each left him stronger and more experienced than he had been before. He wondered if it would be enough. But perfecting his technique was still not easy, because he had to make himself indomitable first, and then turn that firmness into flexibility. Now that Sonny finally had free time, he also used it to adapt his style to the new reality of his improved physical limits. Many things that had not been possible for him before the journey to the Hollow Mountains became possible now. The way he approached combat had to change too. All of it took effort and a lot of thought to achieve. Second came the shadow dance. Sonny was still at the stage where he was slowly forming a practical set of moves to train in that elusive style. He felt as if he was now only one final step away from turning his vision of the shadow dance into reality. However, he seemed to be lacking some crucial ingredients. He needed one last push, one moment of inspiration to make that final step. Still, his exercises weren't useless. Until that moment of inspiration came, they helped condition his body and mind, making them adaptable and malleable like shadows. When the last revelation appeared, they would be able to receive it. After each intense training session, every muscle in his body ached, and a wave of mental fatigue washed over him. Third came the most important task. He had to turn his mind and soul into a fortress that would withstand the shock of the future. He had to achieve the type of clarity that would allow him to emerge victorious on the other end of it all. And for now, this task was turning out to be the most unattainable. He spent hours each night trying to quiet his mind and build mental walls that could protect him, but he couldn't seem to quiet his mind. It was hard to shape one's body and mind into a perfect tool, but it was so much harder to do the same with one's soul. However, this was exactly the barrier he had to overcome. And just like that, 6 days passed. On the 7th day after his departure, Kai finally returned. The charming young man seemed tired and ragged, his armor and clothes covered in dirt, dust, and dried blood. The quiver of arrows he had taken with him was now empty, and there were shallow cuts on the fabric of his jacket. Sonny's shadow had kept watching the skies above the bright castle all this time, so he was one of the first to know. By the time Sonny arrived at the small room that served as Neff's council chamber, Kai was already there, sitting by the fire and greedily drinking water from a crude clay cup. Effie was by his side, pushing a plate of food into his hands. Noticing him, Kai smiled weakly.
Hey, Sonny.
Sonny hesitated for a bit, then approached the beautiful young man and patted him on the shoulder.
Hey, Kai. Welcome back.
Neither he nor Effie spoke after that, giving their friend an opportunity to catch his breath and wait for the rest to come. One after another, Cassia, Castor, and Shan appeared in the room and greeted Kai. Nephis was the last to enter. She glanced at everyone and then sat down near Kai. After pausing for a few moments, taking in the feeling of the room, she looked him in the eyes and asked, "How many?" Kai remained silent for a while, a solemn expression slowly appearing in his eyes. Finally, he turned away and sighed. Only one word escaped his lips. "None." His voice echoed in the small room, making the faces of people gathered there darken.
I scoured the labyrinth looking for any sign that a sleeper passed there recently, but there were none. There was no one left alive, and no bodies, not even a single fresh bone that I could find. The spell, it did not send anyone to this hell. Not this year.
Sonny shook his head. He muttered,
And it won't the next one, too. Just as I thought.
Nephis narrowed her eyes at him, assessing his words, then looked away. Sonny sighed. Sometimes it was nice to be mistaken. He hoped he was wrong. 15 years ago, the spell had sent 7 people to the Forgotten Shore. The next year, it had been twice as much, and then more and more. Eventually, hundreds of sleepers had been arriving in the Dark City after each winter solstice, up until last year, when only 4 of them, Sonny, Nephis, Cassia, and Castor, had come. 3 more had perished in the labyrinth without ever reaching the cursed ruins. Because of that, inhabitants of the Bright Castle came up with a theory that the number of people sent to this region of the Dream Realm by the spell followed a certain cycle. If they had been right, then at least 14 sleepers would have appeared somewhere in the labyrinth a week ago. But Sonny never believed in that theory. In his mind, the 4 of them had never been meant to start a new cycle. He had always thought that, instead, they were meant to be the last chance the spell had given to the people of the Forgotten Shore. And now, he felt that he had been right. It was all up to them now. No one else was going to swoop in and save the day. With a sigh, Nephis slowly nodded and stared at the fire burning in the hearth for a bit. Everyone stood silently, waiting for her to make a decision. Finally, she said without looking at them, "Tell everyone to gather in the throne room. I will speak to them." Without wasting any time, Castor bowed slightly and left the room. Effie gave her a short look and then followed him. So did the rest. Sonny was the last one to leave, his heart beating like a drum. He knew what was coming. He felt it in his bones. It is beginning. "500 people stood silently in the magnificent great hall of the ancient castle. A few whispers and murmurs could be heard, but the majority waited in reverent silence. Beams of sunlight were falling through the tall windows, making the air appear bright and effervescent. There was no sign left of the terrible bloodshed that had happened in this hall just a few weeks ago. The bodies were dragged away, the blood washed off the marble floors, but the memory of it remained. On the steps leading to a beautiful throne of white marble sat a young woman with silver hair. Her ivory face was distant, and her clear gray eyes were calm and heavy. Hundreds of people were looking at her, waiting quietly for their lady to speak. Finally, Changing Star sighed. A moment later, her voice resounded in the throne room, reaching far and wide. "Dreamers of the Forgotten Shore, a week ago, I sent several scouts into the labyrinth to look for those young men and women who, like us, were sent to this cursed place. Among them was Nightingale, whom you all know. He spent 7 days searching for them, but he didn't find anyone, not even a single sign of their passing. This year, no one has come." A wave of stunned whispers ran through the crowd. Sonny glanced at the faces of people gathered in the great hall, noticing different expressions on them: confusion, fear, shock. However, it wasn't as bad as he had expected. No one seemed to become consumed by utter despair. Instead, all of them turned to Nephis, hope burning in their eyes. She was their hope. So long as Changing Star was with them, they weren't going to give in to despair. Indifferent to hundreds of eyes observing her every move, Nephis continued, "Many of you understand what that means. For those who don't, I will explain." She paused for a moment, throwing a glance at the walls of the ancient citadel. When she spoke, her voice seemed solemn. "For many years, this castle served as a fortress for the humans sent to the Forgotten Shore. Some of you enjoyed the safety it offered, while others survived in the shadow of its walls, but none of us would have been here if not for the Bright Castle. It offered us protection against the dreadful beasts of the Dark City. It offered us shelter. However, this shelter was never free." A dark expression appeared on her face. "Some people lost their souls to preserve it, and many more lost their lives. Every year, hundreds of human lives were sacrificed to allow the Bright Castle to exist. And every year, hundreds more came to be thrown into its maw." Sonny silently scoffed. She was making it sound as though the castle was some creature that fed on human lives, not unlike the Soul Devourer. The meaning was subtle enough to not be obvious, but still affected the people gathered in the throne room. Observing them, He saw many sleepers shiver and frown.
What is she playing at?
Sonny wondered. Meanwhile, Nephis continued, "But no more. There won't be anyone coming to the Dark City this year, just like no one will come after that. Without new people, the losses we suffer will slowly accumulate, until there is no one left to man the walls, no one to fight off the nightmare creatures, and no one to keep these halls safe. Until there is no more shelter, this end." She paused and then said calmly and with frightening finality, "Is inevitable." Her words crashed into the crowd of sleepers, causing a storm of emotions. Their eyes widened and their faces paled. The shock and fear they had felt grew tenfold. As if to hammer the last nail into the coffin of her world view, Changing Star said, "Which means only one thing. We cannot remain in the Bright Castle anymore." Screams rose from the crowd, full of disbelief and terror. There were many things people were trying to say, but they all boiled down to three.
What do we do?
How do we save ourselves?
And,
Save us, Changing Star.
Sonny smiled. So, they weren't all blindly ready to follow her into the horrifying unknown. Good. Nephis remained silent for a while, letting the chorus of screams wash over her. And then, white flames ignited in her eyes, making everyone fall silent. Her voice resounded once more between the walls of the great hall, penetrating through the crowd like a sharp blade. "But this is not the end of us. A long time ago I made you a promise, and I intend to keep it." She suddenly rose, towering over the crowd like a shining, ruinous angel. "Come with me. Follow me. Only I know how to save you." The radiance of her flames reflected in the eyes of hundreds of people, making it seem as though their faces shone with an inner light. Her words had submerged them into an utter darkness, and then gave them a beacon to find a way out of it. That beacon burned with the most seductive of lights, the light of hope. And that hope was synonymous with her. Changing Star slowly descended from the steps, her words echoing from the marble walls of the throne room. "Follow me, and I will lead you out of this hell. Follow me, and I will show you the path back to your homes. But make no mistake." She stopped and remained silent for a few long moments. When she spoke again, her voice sounded calmer, colder, heavier. "The road ahead will be long and arduous. Not everyone will make it. The weak will die. The strong will die too. And those who remain won't be the same. But there is one thing I can promise you." Nephis entered the crowd and looked at the people surrounding her with absolute resolve burning in her beautiful eyes. "Follow me, and you will never be slaves." Sonny shivered, feeling as though she was speaking to him alone. Everyone in the great hall felt the same way, perhaps. Staring directly into their souls, Changing Star spoke. "You will no longer be slaves to your fear, slaves to your fate, slaves to the nightmare spell. Come with me, and whether you live or die, you will do so humans, not cowering beasts." She closed her eyes and exhaled, then looked down. Finally, she said, the passion disappearing from her voice, "But I will not force anyone to follow me, ever. Whether you come with me or stay, it is your choice. There is no shame in staying. Those who do not wish to go may leave this hall right now." Sonny looked at the sleepers, trying to guess what their reaction would be. People were staring at each other, doubt and fear written on their faces. Not everyone was enthralled by Changing Star. Not everyone was brave and strong. Not everyone was ready to die fighting. But in the end, Not a single one of them left. Nephis sighed and slowly turned her head west, as though trying to pierce the stone of the castle walls with her gaze. After a long, tense pause, she said, "Good. I am glad. Then it is decided." She turned to face them, furious white flames igniting her pale face. "Then, the day after tomorrow, we will leave the bright castle. The day after tomorrow, we march on the Crimson Spire." On the last day they would spend in the Dark City, Nephis led a small group of her most powerful warriors on one last hunt. The members of her cohort were all following behind her. Sonny, who stubbornly refused to accept his status as one of them, walked apart from the group, idly looking around and observing the ruins. James and Shan were also with them, as well as 10 or so of the most experienced hunters. Some of them formerly from the host, some formerly from the outer settlement. There was no difference between the two anymore. All of them were simply Changing Stars people now. As they were walking, James approached Sonny and glanced at him with curiosity. After Trent had fallen to Nephis's blade, James seemed to have found some measure of peace. Somewhere deep in his eyes, however, there always was a hint of sorrow. Sonny stared at James and raised an eyebrow. "What?" The hunter smiled slightly and asked in a friendly tone, "You're Sunless, right?" Sonny nodded. "Yeah, that's me." James silently measured him and then asked with interest, "I've heard that you lived for months alone in the city. Is that true?" Sonny looked away for a moment. He wasn't that aware that he even had much of a reputation, but any gossip seemed to spread. It was one of the few idle pastimes anyone had energy for. James was perhaps the most experienced hunter on the Forgotten Shore. He had survived countless battles on the streets of the cursed city. It was natural for him to be curious about this matter. Sonny gave him a nod and shrugged. "Sure, a little over 3 months, I guess." James rubbed his chin, then asked bluntly, "How did you survive?" Sonny grinned. How had he managed that indeed? Lots of hiding, lots of killing, a modicum of madness, and a little bit of luck. James stared at him for a bit, then chuckled. "That sounds about right." After a while, he glanced forward at Changing Star and asked in a curious tone, "Do you know what we are going to hunt today?" Sonny looked at him with surprise. "She didn't tell you?" The tall man hesitated, then shook his head. "She did. I'm just not sure that I believe it." Sonny smiled and looked away. Let me guess. Your first thought was that she had lost her mind. What can I say? You get used to that feeling. After a few moments of silence, James sighed. "But how can we kill it?" Sonny held back a smirk. "Poor guy," he thought. Sonny glanced at him, lingered for a bit, then said, "If my guess is correct, and if what I know about you is right, you know more about it than I do." And just like that, their conversation ended. By the middle of the day, they had reached the eastern edges of the city and climbed the imposing monolith of the Great Wall. Standing on top of it, they saw the colossal crater and the headless statue that stood not too far away, its one remaining hand thrust toward the skies. Their prey was hiding in a vast underground chamber beneath that statue. Today, they were going to hunt the Lord of the Dead. At the base of the statue, the second arm of the priestess lay in the mud. Thousands of years ago, it had broken off and fallen, crashing through the dome of the underground chamber. Now, there was a chasm in the ground that led into the lair of the Lord of the Dead. Many months ago, Sunny and the rest had used that breach to escape from the catacombs. Now, they were going to use it to descend back into that darkness. The ghastly master of the catacombs waited for them below. Sunny wasn't really surprised that Nephis had chosen to return to this place. After all, the mountainous abomination was most likely guarding the last of the 7 shard memories. However, he was really curious about how exactly she was planning to kill it. Once everyone gathered around the hole in the mud, Changing Star glanced at him and said, "Sunny, can your shadow take a look at the burial chamber?" With a nonchalant nod, he sent the shadow into the breach. It slid on the mud and entered the dark hole, then hid in the palm of the giant stone hand and cautiously looked down. The mountain of human bones was still there, in the middle of the vast circular chamber. However, it looked very different from how it had before. Countless green vines were growing from the massive bones, some of them comparatively thin, others as thick as a human body. They weren't growing just between the ancient remains. The vines were bursting through the bones too, almost as if feeding on them. The Lord of the Dead felt weaker, more brittle, as though it was sick, sapped of its strength and infected by a terrible parasite. Sunny commanded his shadow to look closer and finally noticed the thing that he had expected to see. A small wooden box lay on the floor of the underground chamber, open and empty. The exact same box Nephis had mysteriously entrusted to Castor as soon as they were back in the Dark City. From the words of the outer settlement hunter, that box had appeared on his pillow with a small note. That note had been written by Changing Star's spy, Shan, and the contents of the box had been created for her by Kido, who was now dead. Kido had been the leader of the artisans. Her aspect ability allowed her to control and alter plants. This bone-eating vine, as it turned out, was her last creation and final masterpiece. Turning to Nephis, Sunny hesitated for a moment and then spoke, his words causing a subtle reaction in James. "The tyrant is heavily infected by Kido's vine. It seems to be considerably weakened." Changing Star nodded and remained silent for a few moments. Then she spoke to the party. "Once we enter the chamber, the Lord of the Dead will attack us. Now that its power is reduced, and with the help of the Dawn Shard, we should be able to survive the onslaught. We should also be able to wound and eventually kill it." Looking at the faces of everyone gathered in the shadow of the headless statue, she nodded and headed toward the breach. "Let's go." Soon, Sunny was trying to survive the fury of the Lord of the Dead once again, but this time, it was not as hard as it had been before. Sunny had become stronger, and the horrible creature had become weaker. Sunny's memories were augmented by the Crown of Dawn, and the Saint was now a demon. There were also more humans resisting the tyrant today. That was not to say that the battle wasn't harrowing and perilous. In fact, it was utterly lethal. The humans fighting the monumental nightmare creature were surrounding it, dodging the long limbs of the tyrant and trying to attack it when an opportunity presented itself. Kai was zipping in the air, providing support and bringing the wounded away from the fight. They were only alive because the attacks of the Lord of the Dead were now slower and less devastating than before. With some preparation, both Effie and the Marble Saint could withstand the Lord's blows with the help of their shields. Castor was able to deliver several cuts to it with his ghostly blade, while Shan had broken one limb completely with her graceful warhammer. Each strike of the Sunlight Shard seemed to bring immense pain to the Lord of the Dead, but nothing hurt it more, of course, than the incandescent blade of Changing Star. Together, they dealt more and more damage to the terrible creature. Despite the fact that many of them were now either severely wounded or dead, the tyrant was being consumed from within by the green vines and broken from the outside by their weapons. And then, after a long and arduous battle, a huge layer of bones fell from the body of the Lord of the Dead, revealing its inner core. That core, which was made of human skulls and coagulated blood, was absolutely terrifying, malignant, and abhorrent. In its death, a shape of a fat white maggot could be seen, curled into a tight ball. At that moment, Effie suddenly stepped forward, twisted her body, and threw the dusk shard as a discus with a deafening cry. The shield that was said to contain the weight of the heavens streaked through the air with terrible speed and hit the inner core of the tyrant, crushing through it like a wrecking ball. It cut the maggot in half and exited the body of the Lord of the Dead from the other side in a torrent of broken bones. Then it fell to the ground, shattering the stone floor of the chamber and sending a net of cracks running through it from the point of impact. The mountain of bones froze, then shuddered, and then it crumbled. Everyone stared at Effie, shocked, hope burning in their eyes. On her face, there was a dark, mournful expression. Belatedly, Sonny remembered that the members of the original cohort that the boisterous huntress had belonged to all perished here, killed either by the undead army or the Lord of the Dead itself. A few moments later, Effie sighed and turned her face away, hiding it from everyone. Then, she raised a hand and made it into a fist. That was her letting them know that she had received a memory from the kill. A shard memory. The last one there was. After everything was done, and Nephis used her flames to heal those who survived, they returned to the city through the catacombs. Perhaps she wished to eviscerate the army of undead monsters that were now left without the tyrant to bring them back to life. But in the end, they were met with nothing but silence. The horde of ferocious skeletons that had once almost cost Sonny and the rest of the cohort their lives was no more. The dark tunnels stretching beneath the ruins were littered with piles of bones, which were slowly turning into dust. It seemed as though the moment the Lord of the Dead had been destroyed, its servants had perished too. They were finally allowed to rest in peace. After a while, the group of humans emerged from the collapsed tower of the lighthouse and continued on its way back to the Bright Castle. They were going to spend their last night there before leaving the Dark City behind. In a small room in the depths of the ancient citadel, 7 people gathered around a table. They were Sonny, Nephis, Cassia, Castor, Effie, Kai, and Shan. Beyond the walls of the castle, the absolute darkness of the night had devoured the world. Nightmare creatures were prowling the cursed ruins, and somewhere, far away, black waves were crashing against the indomitable granite surface of the city wall. Inside, the cold light of a memory lantern illuminated their faces. Strangely, everyone was silent, as though not sure what to say. Finally, Sonny broke the silence by yawning loudly.
Shall we get on with this? Tomorrow is going to be a long day, and some of us need their beauty sleep.
He threw a sideways glance at Kai, thought for a bit, and then added,
Actually, every day after today is going to be a long one, so let's just do it.
Nephis stared at him for a few moments, then echoed his words, "Do it." With that, they summoned their memories. A ghostly stiletto appeared in Sonny's hands. A graceful warhammer with a narrow beak appeared in Shan's. Effie summoned her beautiful bronze spear and a heavy round shield. Finally, a simple band of metal decorated with a single gem weaved itself from light and rested gently on Changing Star's head. These were the shard memories. Dawn, zenith, dusk, midnight, sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. The last memory was a short, flowing white cloak that draped itself around Effie's shoulders. This was the shard she had received after slaying the Lord of the Dead. For a few moments, no one moved. Then Effie said,
So, what now?
Nephis tilted her head a little, then frowned. Finally, after some time passed, she said,
Come closer.
When they did, something unexpected happened. Sonny felt the hilts of his weapon suddenly growing hotter, and soon, both Midnight and Moonlight Shard began emanating a ghostly, ethereal light. The same was happening to the other shards. 7 beams of light shot toward the center of the room and collided. Then they fused, and soon 7 objects weaved themselves from that light and hovered in the air. They were keys forged out of lustrous metal, with 7 shining stars engraved on their surface. It was the manifestation of the terrible oath that the 7 heroes had given all those thousands of years ago. The keys that were used to seal the curse of the all-consuming darkness underground. Suddenly, the 7 keys turned into streams of light and shot toward each of the 7 people gathered in the room. One beam hit Sonny in the chest and disappeared, absorbed into his core. The voice of the spell resounded in his ears.
You have received an oath key.
Sonny shivered. He didn't want anything to do with that morbid oath. But in the end, he had no other choice. Glancing at the rest of the people gathered in the room, Changing Star lingered for a moment. As she looked at all of their faces, the barest hint of a smile crossed her face.
We're ready.
In the dim light of dawn, the gates of the castle opened for the last time. A long procession of humans walked through them, leaving the ancient citadel that had sheltered them for so long. They walked under the swinging skulls, not paying them any attention. In the aftermath of all the strife, no one had bothered to remove the ghastly things from their chains. It was not like anyone could have forgotten the hundreds of lives lost in the struggle and the thousands of deaths before that, even if the skulls were removed. 500 people descended the hill and entered the Dark City. A few nightmare creatures tried to attack them and were eviscerated before managing to do any harm. These 500 humans were not a defenseless crowd. They were a battle-hardened army, one comprised of exceptionally powerful sleepers, some of the most powerful sleepers ever to be born from the human race. They moved through the remains, cutting down anything that dared to block their path. Soon, the sleepers approached the western boundary of the Dark City and scaled the ancient wall. There, they stopped and turned, staring at the silhouette of the bright castle in solemn silence. By then, pillars of black smoke were billowing from each of its windows. Soon, the whole castle was enveloped by furious flames, which slowly devoured the white stone of its walls. The magnificent marble cracked and melted, destroyed by the terrible heat. The smaller towers swayed and moved, and then fell into the terrible crucible. The fire was slowly destroying the bright castle, turning it into a molten ruin. In a sense, this was fitting. After all, everything else in the Dark City had been ruined a long, long time ago. Surprisingly, this act of destruction was not Changing Star's idea. She wasn't the one who ordered to burn the bright castle behind them. Like a final gesture to hammer it into everyone's souls that there was no way back anymore. Sonny would have expected something like that from Nephis. But no, it was the decision of the people themselves. They wanted to destroy the ancient citadel because they hated it. They hated these ancient blood-soaked stones only a little bit less than they needed them to survive. And now that they were leaving, they wanted to erase the bright castle from existence. Perhaps if it was gone, the memories of all the darkness that they had witnessed there and were the perpetrators of would disappear with it. After a while, the misshapen, twisted silhouette of the dying fortress was completely hidden by the fire and smoke. Slowly, the silent sleepers turned away from that sight and looked far away into the distance. They were looking west. That was where they were going, to lay siege to the Crimson Spire. One after another, the sleepers descended from the wall and left the dark city behind. In the cold light of dawn, a gargantuan crimson tower was rising from the labyrinth. From this distance, it looked like a bloodied sword that some primordial titan had thrust into the heavens. The crimson coral streamed from its walls like the blood of gods, spreading out from the base of the spire to devour all of the Forgotten Shore. The tower itself seemed to stand on an island, which was surrounded from all sides by black water. Even though the sun was already climbing up, this part of the cursed sea did not disappear. Instead, it lingered and moved endlessly, forming a giant whirlpool. Unclear shapes could be seen moving under the surface of the black water, drowning the hearts of humans who dared to approach the spire with dread. Sunny looked up at the endless expanse of the Crimson Tower and paled. Up close, it looked even more ominous, oppressive, and terrifying. He struggled to believe that this cyclopean structure had been built by human hands, let alone that it had been their salvation once, a long time ago. Now, the Crimson Spire looked twisted, eerie, and utterly evil. It emanated a sense of harrowing power that no human could ever hope to challenge. And yet, this was exactly what they were going to do. Turning away, he glanced at the camp of the Dreamer army. For the past week, the 500 of them had traversed the labyrinth to reach this place. Some had perished along the way, but not as many as he had expected. For that short journey, luck had been on their side. In these days, they had slaughtered countless nightmare creatures and somehow managed to avoid attracting the wrath of the dwellers of the deep. They had seen the headless statue of the Lord that stood halfway between the Dark City and the Crimson Spire, and many other wondrous and terrible things, and now they had almost reached their goal. People were busy preparing for the battle. The dread they had felt at dawn after looking at the Crimson Spire, which was now so close, turned into grim determination and resolve. Everyone was making final preparations. Some were checking their armor and weapons for the last time. Some were hurriedly building makeshift fortifications. Some were praying, begging the dead gods to save their lives. Truth be told, Sunny was the only person who appeared to be idle. Well, what did they expect? Nephis still had not told him what exactly his role in the battle was going to be. Not that he was obligated to listen, of course. With a sigh, he turned to the other members of the cohort, who were gathered around a fire, discussing the plan of the battle for the 100th time. Everyone seemed uncharacteristically somber today. One after another, they left to join in the preparations. Soon, Changing Star was the only one left. With a bit of reluctance, Sunny approached her and sat down, staring at the fire. After a while, he said, "This is very strange, don't you think?" She glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. Nephis had changed a lot since the first time they met, but also remained exactly the same. She was still calm and confident, with ivory skin and beautiful silver hair. She was still strong and full of conviction. It's just that her eyes seemed a bit hollow these days. "What is?" Sunny shrugged.
Just all of it. If someone described this scene to me a year ago, I would have been really perplexed, stunned even. I'm not entirely sure I would have believed them, and yet, here we are.
He lingered for a bit and then added,
"We've come very far, the three of us."
Both of them glanced at Cassia, who was busy explaining something to the artisan representatives. Her delicate hand rested on the hilt of the quiet dancer. After a while, Nephis nodded. Yes, and now we just need to make one last step. Both of them remained silent for a bit, thinking about how this final step was going to be the hardest yet, incomparably so. Then Sunny sighed. So, what do you want me to do? From how you have been avoiding the subject over these last few days, I'm guessing that it's not something trivial. Changing Star smiled, then looked at him with white sparks dancing in her eyes. It's a small thing, really. Then she turned to face the Crimson Spire, hesitated for a while, and then suddenly said, "Give me your hand." When Sunny did, something traveled through her cool skin into his shadow core. He summoned the runes and looked at them, already knowing what he was going to see. And there it was, listed among his memories. Oath Key 7. Somehow, she had gathered the remaining 6 keys from the rest, and now she was entrusting them to Sunny. Still looking at the Cyclopean Tower, Nephis said, "I want you to destroy the Dark Sea, or banish it at least." Sunny grinned. "A really small thing indeed." Very soon, the sun rose higher, and the dark whirlpool surrounding the Crimson Spire became a little smaller. Several bridges of red coral rose from its depths, connecting the island to the rest of the Forgotten Shore. And out there on the island, countless silhouettes suddenly began to move, crawling out of the crimson mounds. They were the nightmare creatures guarding the cursed tower. All kinds of horrors were among them. There were members of the Carapace Legion, scavengers, centurions, and demons. There were colonies of carnivorous worms, giant centipedes that secreted corrosive oil, and eerie vines that crawled on the ground like snakes. There were creatures that looked like black masses of rotten bones, and creatures that looked like humanoids made of rock, with terrible maws full of jagged fangs. There were swarms of translucent insects that devoured everything in their path, and massive spiders clad in iron armor. There were beasts that could shoot deadly bone spears from their bodies, and beasts that could turn their prey to stone with their gaze. There were corpses with red flowers growing from the holes in their flesh, and giant abominations that resembled praying mantises, if those were made of glass and blood-red clay. And many more that Sunny had never seen, fought, or could describe. All of them moved together in strange harmony, devoid of the usual territorial aggression that forced the nightmare creatures of different tribes to fight each other. They were subjugated by the Crimson Tower, and now served to guard the spire. Like a terrible wave, the horde of monsters rolled over the bridges of crimson coral and flowed toward the human army. From his position at the back of it, Sunny could clearly see the bodies of those standing in the front line tremble and take an involuntary step back. Someone even dropped their weapon. A moment later, Effie's loud voice rolled over the rows of sleepers.
Stand your ground, wretches! If anyone runs, I'll kill you myself!
Strangely, her irritated shout calmed down the fear in their hearts. A moment later, however, it was drowned in the cacophony of the approaching horde. The battle for the Crimson Spire had begun. On the outskirts of the Crimson Spire, there were no more passages or tunnels in the coral. It was just a solid red mass, an unbroken surface of the strange living substance that had devoured the Forgotten Shore thousands of years ago. At this moment, Effie was standing on that surface. Several hundred people were standing beside her, staring at the approaching wave of nightmare creatures with horror and shock. All of them knew what was going to happen once they reached the spire, but even then, the sight of it was terrifying. She was at the center of the front row of these frightened people, supposedly in command of them. With her tall stature and lean, powerful figure, Effie stood out among the rest of the sleepers. Her archaic armor glistened in the light of the rising sun, and on her shoulder there was a flowing white cloak weaved from starlight. She held Zenith Shard in one hand and Dusk Shard in the other. Effie seemed like a bastion of strength and resolve in the sea of fear, a mythical hero who had stepped into the mortal realm from an ancient legend. But internally, she was scared shitless. She had slain many a great and powerful beast in her time on the Forgotten Shore, but she's never faced odds like this. Looking at the rolling horde of abominable horrors with a grim expression, the huntress lowered her head a little and summoned the helm of her armor, which was crowned with a tall crest of blue horsehair. She clenched her teeth together and thought,
Fuck me sideways. Fuck, fuck, fuck.
All around her, people were trembling. Some fool dropped his weapon and took a few steps back as if considering running away. Even though she was currently seriously thinking of doing the same, Effie snarled and bellowed,
Stand your ground, wretches. If anyone runs, I'll kill you myself.
What was the point of running anyway? There was nowhere to run. If they were going to die, they might as well die like humans. Effie's words fell short of an inspiring speech, but they were enough. The troops at her back buckled down and prepared for the clash ahead. Gripping her spear, Effie cast a sideways glance at the two men standing beside her.
Get ready, bastards.
One of those men was Castor, and the other one was James. Who would have thought that after all those days trying to arrest her, one day she and the leader of Gunlog's hunters were going to fight side by side? Weirdly, the presence of her past enemy was now extremely reassuring. However, even on his face, there were hints of fear. Effie shook her head and thought the only person who could have stayed nonchalant in this situation was probably Sonny. That pale doofus was either too crazy or too stupid, or both, to be scared of anything. But he was currently nowhere to be seen. Effie sort of missed the tiny menace, but Sonny was probably either hiding someplace dark or doing something too insane to be entrusted to anyone else. In any case, she wished him luck. She wished herself luck, too. Looking at the approaching horde of monsters, Effie waited for a few seconds. When the moment was right, she raised her voice.
First mark!
Her shout was repeated by Shan, who commanded the second line and reached Knight somewhere in the third. The plan of the battle was really simple. The first line had to hold off the monsters, changing places with the second once they grew tired. Meanwhile, the third was in charge of eviscerating as many creatures as they could. But first, they had to withstand the initial charge. Nothing was more important than breaking the momentum of the attacking horde. Somewhere behind Effie, the enchanting voice of their resident pop idol gave the command to fire the siege engines. These monstrous machines were constructed by the artisans and were supposed to be able to pierce the armor of the most heavily protected nightmare creatures, as long as they were at a lower level than Fallen, of course. A strange and melodic sound reached her ears, and a fraction of a second later, 6 heavy metal spears, each at least 2 meters long, flew above their heads with incredible speed. They streaked through the air and collided with the front of the horde, sending bits of chitin and streams of blood to the ground. She saw one of the spears crack the head of a giant crab-like creature. A second spear pierced right through a blood-red mantis and skewered several monsters behind it. But the wave of horrors was just beginning. There were waves of the horde yet to come, and they were closing in on her. Feeling a shiver run through her body, Effie swallowed hard and raised her voice again.
Second mark!
Almost immediately, a rain of arrows fell on the monsters, wounding many and killing a few. There were many other projectiles mixed in with the arrows. Some sleepers used slings, crossbows, or more exotic projectile weapons. Some used their aspect abilities, which allowed them to create all sorts of sorcerous attacks, like flying blades made of wind, fire, and ice. Some could even create bombs filled with soul essence, which detonated in the midst of advancing horrors and ripped many apart. But the army of nightmare creatures remained wholly undaunted. The monsters only seemed to become more frenzied, the fury, madness, and bloodlust in their eyes flashing even brighter. The second rain of arrows fell, and shortly after, 6 more spears shot out from makeshift ballista and crashed into the horde. By then, the nightmare creatures were already too close to the front line of humans to change anything. Making a step forward, Effie strained her muscles and threw the Zenith Shard into the approaching mass of abominations. The beautiful bronze spear shattered the steel carapace of an especially tall creature and pierced its heart. How could it not kill, empowered by the miraculous enchantment of the Crown of Dawn? All of their weapons and all of their armor were currently being fed raw power by Changing Star. All around the steel demon, numerous abominations fell, killed in a similar fashion by the memories thrown by the other sleepers. Summoning the spear back, Effie watched as the first row of nightmare creatures fell into a deep ditch that the artisans created just an hour earlier. Those moving behind them simply stepped on the bodies of their fellow abominations and continued moving forward. But finally, the speed of the horde was diminished, if only by a little. But that little was enough to make Effie feel this was survivable. The rabble closed in on the group, and Effie shouted to her troops,
Brace!
That's all she had time to yell before the wave of monsters crashed into the line of humans. Then, the world was consumed by nothing but madness, havoc, and death. Putting her weight behind the Dusk Shard, Effie leaned into the shield and gritted her teeth. A moment later, a monstrous blow landed on it, strong enough to crush stone into dust. But unlike Sunny's marvelous Echo, she was not made out of stone. Instead, Effie was made out of something far more resilient. Pushing with all her strength, she felt the shockwave of the impact run through her entire body and then dissipate into the ground. Her bones groaned, but held together. Despite the terrible pressure, she maintained her grip on the shield and spear. A moment later, Effie growled and pushed even harder, throwing the carapace centurion that had crashed into her a couple of centimeters back. Simultaneously, her spear shot from behind the shield and pierced the black chitin, sinking deep into the flesh of the monster. She twisted it and severed the creature's spine, then slammed her shoulder into the Dusk Shard, sending the massive corpse flying off the bronze blade. Just in time. A second later, and the tall bastard would have skewered her with one of its scythes from above. But as soon as the centurion fell to the ground, another abomination was already taking its place, with a terrible salivating maw and furious eyes that burned with madness. Effie's lips snarled up, too.
Curses! There's no end to them!
All around Effie, the bodies of humans and nightmare creatures were entangled into an undulating, bleeding, roaring mess. Claws and steel weapons rose and fell, sending streams of blood, splinters of bone, and chunks of flesh to the ground. Screams of fear, pain, and fury mixed with the indescribable howling of the nightmare horde into a cacophonous litany of death.
Ah!
In this split second, she noticed one of her fellow hunters throwing the body of an iron spider that had jumped onto him back with a thunderous strike of his shield. A stone golem biting into someone's head with its terrible jagged fangs. a giant centipede wrapping its long segmented body around a screaming human and sinking its 100 legs into his melting armor. She rallied her men.
Hold! Hold, you misbegotten waifs!
Then she had no more time to observe. Taking a step forward, she dodged a harrowing slash of a 3-meter-tall mantis-like creature's scythe and brought the edge of her shield on the leg of the abominable thing. The thin limb practically exploded, sending the monster crashing down, right on the blade of her spear, which flew upward and turned the head of the mantis into a red smudge. Before the creature even fell to the ground, Effie had already spun, receiving a rain of blows on her heavy shield. Her spear lashed out from behind it, piercing the body of the attacker through the heart. Effie's eyes went wide as she saw the spray. She held her breath and thought,
Blood flower.
Effie kicked the rotting primate in the chest, sending it flying back before too much of the damned pollen escaped the wound. The body of the bloodflower host collided with another monster and exploded into bloody chunks from the force of the impact. The sound of the nightmare spell echoed in Effie's ears.
You have slain.
Effie ignored the proclamation, too embroiled in the fight. Noticing a shadow move to her right, Effie turned and thrust her spear forward, but at the last moment, she pulled it back. The point of the bronze blade stopped just a few centimeters away from another human's face. For a fraction of a second, they stared at each other, Effie with confusion, the vaguely familiar young man with belated fear. Then, a massive shadow moved behind him, and the youth's head suddenly separated from his shoulders in a stream of blood, cut off cleanly with one slash of a metal demon's blade.
Damn!
Effie looked up at the terrible creature, but before she had time to react, something crashed into her from the side, sending a wave of pain through her body. With a grunt, she slid on the bloodied coral and twisted her torso to put Dusk Shard between herself and the attacker. A quick glance let Effie know that her armor was still intact, even if just barely. The point of impact was covered with seething acid, which was biting into the metal, trying to burn through it. Thanks to the enhancement of the Dawn Shard, however, the breastplate remained unscathed. She shifted her weight, preparing to deflect the next attack of the giant centipede. Before Effie could, though, something heavy landed on her back, trying to sink its teeth into her neck. She felt drops of blood streaming to her chest. A furious growl escaped from her mouth.
Yeah.
Throwing the Zenith Shard into the maw of the charging centipede and practically severing the body of the creature down its length, she stretched her free hand back, caught the monster that was trying to bite her head off, and threw it to the ground. The body of the abomination hit with enough force to make the coral crack. Just to make sure that the bastard was dead, she stomped on it with her foot, shattering the head of the damn thing into tiny pieces. But as soon as she did, 4 more were already around her, their sharp claws and fangs lusting to taste her blood. Bringing the Dusk Shard down on one of them, Effie grinned, then twisted and summoned her spear back. With blood streaming from her wounded neck, she dodged a powerful claw and laughed.
Bastards, are you trying to eat me? Let's see who's going to eat who, fools.
All around her, the first line of the Dreamer army was slowly buckling under the pressure of the Nightmare horde. So many of them were already dead, and more were dying every second. Their bodies were torn to pieces and devoured, disappearing into the mass of monsters like morning dew. That sight was so harrowing and chilling that the mind simply refused to process it. And yet, the sleepers of the first line, those who possessed the most powerful combat aspects and the best memories, had achieved their goal. They stopped the devastating wave of abominations in its tracks and tied it down with their blades and their lives. The horde failed to roll over the human army, obliterating it completely without even slowing down. More than that, the massacre was not one-sided. For every human killed, several nightmare creatures were wounded, crushed, and cut to pieces. Arduously, and at a great price, the first line was reforming itself, the survivors of the initial charge rallying around 3 champions. They were Effie, James, and Castor. With each of them turning into a bastion in the sea of monsters and gathering fighters around them, the advance of the horde stalled. Whatever creatures managed to get past were met and eviscerated by the sleepers of the second line, led by Shan. And throughout all of that, the archers and the siege engines of the third line never stopped firing. But as a small handful of creatures trickled by the first line, the archers' forces were going to face their first test. With the front line suffering heavy losses, Effie's voice rang out.
Stand your ground, wretches! If anyone runs, I'll kill you myself!
The truth was that anyone that close to the heart of the battle couldn't run if they wanted to at this point. The nightmare creatures were upon them already. Kai flinched and forced himself to look away from the terrible visage of the horde of nightmarish abominations. Glancing down, he saw that his hand was shaking and clenched it into a fist. He had to calm himself somehow, or his aim was going to suffer. That wouldn't do. But honestly, how was a person supposed to not be terrified when a literal sea of nightmare creatures, each stronger and deadlier than anything anyone should ever be forced to face, was approaching them so fast? Kai prided himself on overcoming things like stage fright and social anxiety, as well as getting through many unpalatable situations with grace and elegance. But today's challenges were very different than what he was used to. Kai took a deep breath and reminded himself that he had survived in the Dark City for 3 long years without losing his humanity. He'd crossed the Forgotten Shore with Nephis and her cohort. He had proven he could be a warrior when he had to be. But seeing this tide of bloodthirsty beasts barreling towards him struck fear in his heart. He thought to himself,
What would Sunny say?
Thinking of his prickly but adorable friend, Kai couldn't help but smile a little. He answered his own question.
Probably something like, Oh, a horde of nightmare creatures? Yeah, I met one a few days ago. They all died when I sneezed, though.
The strangest part was that he would be telling the truth. If Kai decided to dig deeper, he would discover something in the line of Sunny's sneeze causing a massive avalanche that wiped all the monsters out. Or, more likely, that his sneeze had awakened some ancient, much more terrifying creature, which then proceeded to devour all the monsters before turning its gaze on Sunny himself. That was just how Sunny was. Unpredictable. Strangely, these thoughts succeeded in calming Kai down. He only regretted that the cute scoundrel wasn't close by to reassure him in person. Gazing at the approaching horde, he sighed and gripped his bow tighter. The coral was sloping down in the place where Changing Star had chosen to face the Guardians of the Spire. Because of that, the position of the third line was higher than the other two, which would allow them to continue firing long after Effie and the rest had engaged the nightmare creatures in melee. At least, that's how it would work in theory. All around him, the sleepers who had suitable memories or aspect abilities were loading up their next shots and waiting on Kai's command to let the next volley of arrows fly. The surviving artisans and their assistants were busy loading the 6 powerful ballistae they had transported all the way from the Dark City and put together the last night. The sight of the mighty siege engines made Kai sigh wistfully. Maybe they were going to survive this battle after all. Kai shook his head. He couldn't daydream now. Everyone was counting on him. Effie's voice rose from the valley ahead.
First mark!
As soon as Effie's shout reached his ears, he turned to the artisans and waved a hand, giving them the signal. Forcing authority into his voice, Kai said,
Fire!
A second later, 6 heavy spears flashed through the air and crashed into the wall of monsters. Many of them were eviscerated, but these losses were like a drop of water in the sea of darkness. Effie knew now was the time to press the charge.
Second mark!
Kai gritted his teeth.
Now!
As his melodic voice rolled over the third line of the Dreamer army, he drew his bow and took aim. Back in the real world, archery was Kai's favorite hobby. Not the practical skill of shooting a bow, which was taught to many in school, but the ancient practice known as Kyudo, which was more of a meditative ritual than a real battle art. Its orderly nature, tranquil philosophy, and repetitive motions appealed to something deep inside him. The more stressed Kai was, the more he practiced. Who knew that one day he would be relying on his marksmanship to survive? Not that aiming at a literal horde of monsters was hard. He didn't have to worry about missing a shot with the blood arrow at least. Letting go of the string, Kai watched as the black arrow streaked through the air and bit deep into the body of a tall carapace demon. Its bone tip pierced the metal armor of the terrible creature with ease. Not only was it of the ascended rank itself, but it was also enhanced by Lady Nephis. Very few creatures could resist his attacks. Effie shouted encouragement from down below.
Keep firing! Kill as many as you can!
The demon swayed, then fell to the ground. Kai felt the weakness that overtook him every time he summoned the morbid memory, dissipated, and called upon the blood arrow again. However, he didn't get to take his second shot before the wave of abominations crashed into the line of sleepers. For a second, Kai was stunned by the harrowing sight. The scale of the massacre that was happening below him was just too vast to comprehend. His heart was instantly constricted, full of worry for Effie and all the other people he knew. With a desperate grimace contorting his face, Kai aimed and shot again. And then he did so again, and again, and again. Everyone around him was doing everything in their power to kill as many nightmare creatures as they could. Arrows, magical projectiles, and heavy lances launched by the Balliste rained on the ghastly horde, reaping countless lives. But it was not enough. Not nearly enough. Seeing so many people being torn to pieces and devoured while trying to protect him and the other archers, Kai couldn't help but wish that he could do more. He frowned and thought, if only I could fly up and get a better shot. If only I could get closer. But he couldn't. Kai was needed here to command and direct. While others lost themselves in the battle completely, Kai had to keep a cool head. After all, he was responsible for the third line of the Dreamer army. The lives of all these young men and women depended on him. That was why he kept his eyes on the merciless gray sky. Just a few meters above them, almost invisible in the bright light of dawn, a vast net made out of sharp iron wire was drawn above the battlefield. The wire for this net was collected in the labyrinth from those areas where iron spiders were known to nest and fashioned into the aerial barrier by the artisans. It was meant to protect them from the terrifying creatures that could fall at any moment from the skies. After all, the Crimson Spire did not only have a terror and a horde of guardians, it also had its messengers. It was an ingenious idea, if the defense held. If it didn't, gods help them all. Kai pointed out at the battlefield ahead and raised his voice.
Draw your bows! Take aim! Endure!
Kai's words were meant to keep the morale of his troops more than they were meant to serve as actual instructions. To tell the truth, he did not have to do much, at least not yet. Coordinating a volley of arrows was of little use to them in a melee. Speed was the most important thing right now. Everyone just had to send one arrow after another into the seething mass of nightmare creatures as fast as they could. He had to do the same, too. On the ground near him, several quivers full of arrows waited for their turn. Kai was shooting without a respite, alternating between using the blood arrow and these mundane ones. It took time for the ghastly memory to return to his hands, so he had to use something else in between. A good archer had to be able to fire 12 times in a minute. An excellent one, twice that. Gritting his teeth, Kai drew his bow, took aim, held his breath, and fired. Every movement had to be efficient, quick, and precise. In that way, it was almost like dancing. At least that's what he told himself.
Find the rhythm and hit your marks, knight.
As soon as one shot was done, another one immediately started. Draw, aim, release. Draw, aim, release. Repeat and repeat and repeat. In these moments, he had become less of a human and more of a methodical battle machine that ran on all cylinders without stopping even for a moment. He put an arrow in the eye of a terrible abomination that looked like a giant snake made of seaweed and rotting flesh. Another pierced the chest of a massive bestial primate and impaled him on the carapace of a mantis-like creature. The third bit into the neck of the mantis and greedily drank its tainted blood, causing the monster to stumble and fall. Kai felt like he was drowning. Back in the waking world, archers were always portrayed as nimble, graceful warriors, someone who excelled in agility and speed as opposed to brute strength and physical might. They were beautiful maidens, elegant youths, and cunning rogues. Maybe that was why he had been attracted to bowmanship to begin with. The reality, however, couldn't be further from the truth. It took a lot of strength to pull the string of a combat bow. The draw weight of a good bow was as much as 50 kilograms on average, 20 times the weight of a sword. And memory bows like his were much more monstrous. They were never meant for mundane humans, so pulling that string every few seconds burned through his stamina in mere minutes. Very soon, Kai's muscles screamed in pain, and his lungs seemed to be on fire. But he couldn't stop. He had to keep shooting, no matter what. Kai drummed any doubt from his mind.
Keep at it. Draw. Aim. Endure.
How could he allow this insignificant pain, this unearned exhaustion, to slow him down when out there, below, so many humans were dying in agony to keep the army away from the line of archers? Letting loose another arrow, Kai drew in a hoarse breath and glanced up, almost out of habit. However, this time, his gaze lingered on the indifferent gray skies. Then, his eyes widened. At some point, 5 black dots appeared high above the battlefield, flying in an eerily perfect circle above it. A cold chill ran down Kai's back.
Messengers.
5 fallen monsters were observing the massacre that was happening below them with vile indifference. Even though he could not see their harrowing shapes too well, I could somehow feel their gaze. He frowned.
Why aren't they attacking?
As if to answer his question, a smaller dot appeared from the clouds and fell down through the circle created by the messengers, and then another, and another. Just a second later, countless nightmare creatures poured from the gray skies and dove down, swiftly approaching the ground. There were so many of them that their mass resembled a swirling black column of a colossal tornado. Kai trembled. His face paled. However, he did not allow fear to prevent him from fulfilling his destiny.
Skyward squads! Aim high!
At this point, about half of the sleepers in the third line were supposed to switch their attention and repel the aerial threat. However, engrossed in the battle that was happening below, most of them didn't hear or understand his words. Kai grimaced, and then his clear, enchanting voice rolled over the entire battlefield once again, this time easily piercing through the clangor and havoc of the terrible strife.
Skyward squads! Aim high!
This was the voice he had used to sing the most difficult notes in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Only the dead could not hear it. Brought back to reality by his voice, the archers quickly aimed at the sky just in time. Kai let the blood arrow loose, then saw it fly upward and hit one of the winged abominations in the chest. The monster convulsed and dropped vertically down, hitting the sharp wires of the iron net with a sickening sound. A tremor ran through the entire net, and drops of black blood fell to the ground. Stretching his hand to grab a mundane arrow, Kai had a moment to take in the sight of the descending swarm. For a moment, his heart was squeezed by despair. There were so many of the flying nightmare creatures that it was impossible to count them all. Among the swarm of horrors, there were the giant locusts he had fought before, massive abominations with hungry maws and bat-like wings, repulsive birds with fleshy tentacles growing from beneath their pale feathers, and many more. Horrors he had never seen and could have never imagined. And above them, 5 black dots continued to circle in the sky. Putting the arrow on the string of his bow, Kai banished fear and doubt from his heart and drew it. Then, he aimed at the closest of the abominations and willed it to die. A moment later, his arrow hit the creature right in the eye. Most of the archers around him had already switched their targets. Only the siege engine crews and those with abilities and memories unsuitable for firing upward continued to pelt the nightmare horde with deadly projectiles. The quickest of the descending monsters were eviscerated, and soon a rain of corpses fell on the iron net. But a few lucky ones had avoided the arrows and dove down to devour the humans who stood on the ground. Kai held his breath when the first of them hit the iron wires at full speed. What if the net broke? But it did not, at least for now. The artisans had done their job well. Instead, the creature was instantly sliced apart, its body disintegrating into a rain of blood and strangely symmetrical chunks of flesh. The sight of it was morbidly fascinating. Kai sighed. Thank the gods. Reaching for another arrow, Kai found nothing but emptiness. Looking down in confusion, he saw that his quivers were empty. Have I used so many? Before he had time to process that thought, however, someone had already thrown 2 fresh quivers on the ground in front of him. Picking up an arrow with aching fingers, Kai inhaled through his teeth and raised his bow. Draw, aim, endure. He was holding his ground. He only prayed he could maintain his assault when those 5 messengers stopped observing and joined the fight. Kai's words had become a motto, and they rang out on the battlefield.
Draw, aim, endure.
Just as Knight shouted these words, Eiko tripped and fell. The bundle of arrows she was carrying in her arms scattered on the ground. The young woman winced. Ouch! Picking herself up from the coral, she hurriedly gathered the arrows and dashed to the nearest archer, then placed them near their feet. In this battle, the role of people like her, those who were too weak to fight and did not possess any useful aspect, was simultaneously the most simple and the most chaotic. They were charged with supplying the sleepers participating in the battle with everything they needed, be it arrows, crossbow bolts, stones for their slings, or anything else. There were several teams of runners doing different things. Initially, she was supposed to help carry the wounded from the first and second lines to the makeshift hospital at the back of the formation. There, a few people with aspect abilities having to do with healing waited, ready to help. Her friend Stev was one of them, but as it turned out, there weren't a lot of wounded in this battle. Most simply died on the spot. So, she was left with nothing to do and ended up here, helping to supply the archers. She had just brought 2 quivers to Knight and was on her way. Eiko found it hard to believe she was somehow in the middle of all this. She had grown accustomed to her life as the proprietor of the Bright Castle's casino, and due to her ability to earn soul shards through commerce, she likely had less battle experience than most sleepers. So why was she running around the battlefield with creatures that could kill her in one blow? How did she let herself get dragged into this? Trying to catch her breath, Eiko glanced around and shivered. She muttered, "Crazy. This is crazy." The scene in front of her was just too bizarre to be true. Several hundred sleepers were besieged by a horde of nightmare creatures on the ground, with another falling on them from above. All that in front of an ugly, endless tower of crimson coral. Surely she was dreaming. She rolled her eyes and hissed at herself. "Of course you are. This is the dream realm, you dimwit." And yet, the weirdest thing of all was that she was stuck in all this craziness with none other than Night from Nightingale, the breathtakingly beautiful idol whose posters hung on the walls of most girls her age back home. Despite the fact that the two of them had known each other for more than a year and were even, on friendly terms, this fact was the one that pushed the surrealism of the situation over the edge. This was exactly the kind of weird dream a teenage girl like her would have. Just as she thought about that, someone fell to the ground a few meters away from her. Turning her head to the sound of a muffled curse, Eiko saw Stev and another sleeper carrying a crude stretcher. On it was a young woman covered in blood and pale as a ghost, her leather armor torn apart and on the verge of dissipating.
No!
A moment before, Stev's partner had tumbled down. It appeared as though he was wounded himself, albeit not too seriously. Running up to them, Eiko took over and helped the ample giant keep the stretcher even. Carrying that weight with her tiny body was not easy, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. Together, they hurried to the back of the formation. On the way, they had to run past the desperate archers and the exhausted crews of the siege engines, who were slowly but surely running out of the massive lances to hurl at the rampaging horde. From the look of it, things weren't going well for the Dreamer army. Down below, the first line was in the process of being completely eviscerated. 3 islands of resistance still persisted in the sea of monsters, but Eiko didn't know how much longer those poor people would be able to hold. The second line was now entangled with the nightmare creatures too. The initial plan had been for these two forces to switch positions to give the exhausted warriors time to rest, but now it was never going to happen. Up above, more and more corpses were falling on the invisible iron net. Despite that, the number of flying abominations did not seem to diminish at all. The metal wires were groaning, having to carry more and more weight. Eiko's eyes went wide, her voice a low, terrified whisper. "Are we all going to die?" Feeling cold dread spread through her body, Eiko trembled and involuntarily turned her head to the tallest point in the Dreamer Army camp. There, on a protruding mound of crimson coral, she saw 3 figures. One was Saint Nephis herself, the other was her blind oracle, and the third was a figure whose presence confused the young woman. Sunny stood beside these 2 longtime comrades, the 3 that had entered this fight together months and months ago. But from Eiko's perspective, Sunny was just the strange young man who had gotten her into this mess to begin with. After joining the Changing Stars faction, Eiko quickly learned who the important people were and what positions they held in the Bright Lady's court. Everyone's role was clear and easy to understand, except for Sunny. What role that pale youth played was entirely unclear. People seemed to consider him a member of Lady Nephis's cohort, but Sunny himself always insisted that he was not. He was thought to be a competent fighter, but actually no one had really seen him fight. Most people just knew him for his tendency to keep to himself, ridiculous bragging, and carefree attitude. They simultaneously respected him for being Changing Stars scout and considered him mostly harmless. However, Eiko did not think that Sunny was harmless. She had seen him appear from the shadows and kill the guard who had been strangling her with one relaxed move, as though getting rid of an insect. In her mind, Sunny was very mysterious. He was a wild card. She recognized a bluff, and she suspected that Sunny downplayed his power and importance. Seeing him with Lady Nephis now confirmed that suspicion. Plus, she suddenly felt a tiny bit of hope. Maybe Changing Star had a plan. Maybe they were going to survive after all. Stev's voice pulled her from her thoughts.
Eiko, move your short legs faster, will you?
Frowning at Stev's remark, she looked at the ground and concentrated on not slowing her giant friend down. Soon, they reached the hospital and placed the stretcher on the makeshift table. Stev dashed to retrieve his tools, but it was too late. The young girl on the stretcher was already dead. Eiko remained motionless for a bit, staring at the ground. After a while, Stev cautiously touched her on the shoulder.
Hey, are you okay, Shorty?
She wiped her face, then nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. Gotta run, though. Those arrows aren't going to carry themselves. Stev lingered for a bit, then tried to smile.
All right. Stay safe.
She smiled and nodded again. Yeah, you stay safe too. With that, Eiko turned around and ran out of the tent. Outside, the battle was only growing more ferocious, and Eiko was left to wonder what exactly Nephis, Cassia, and Sunny were up to. Sunny stood at the peak of a tall coral mound, observing the battle that raged below. There was a slight frown on his face, but his eyes were calm. The Dreamer army was besieged from two sides. One horde of abomination was slowly devouring its front line, while another had descended on them from above, stalled for now by the vast net of sharp iron wires. It was like a scene from a fever nightmare. Every second, humans were dying, torn apart by the claws and fangs of the harrowing horde of monsters. Their cries and screams fused with the roaring wails of the nightmare creatures into a deafening wave of dissonant noise. That wave of sound washed over the crimson coral, sending a chill running down his spine. Turning away from the blood-soaked visage of the battlefield, Sunny glanced at Nephis. Changing Star was sitting on the ground. Her face was calm, and her eyes were closed. On her forehead, the gem of the Dawn Shard burned with the furious white light, feeding hundreds upon hundreds of memories with raw power. She appeared to be in the depths of profound meditation, seemingly not affected by the horrible decimation that was happening below them at all. Cassia was standing beside her, looking at the ground. Her hand rested on the hilt of the Quiet Dancer. The blind girl's other two echoes had been with the first line of the army during the initial charge. By now, they were already destroyed. Sunny wanted to say something of substance, preferably something reassuring, but he thought better of it. The time for conversations was over. Now was the time to engage with the Crimson Spire. His gaze lingered on it for a few moments, then slid back to the terrible sight of the slaughter. Straining his eyes, Sunny tried to distinguish the figures of Effie and Kai in the chaotic formation of the Dreamer army. It was impossible to make out any particular person in the sea of violence and warfare. Sunny breathed deeply and muttered,
Don't die just yet, fools.
Down below, surrounded by those warriors of the first line that still stubbornly clung to life, Effie had long forgotten about anything else but bloodshed and strife. The scope of the world had narrowed to the suffocating confines of the furious battle, consuming both the past and the future. This was only the present, and the present consisted of nothing but violence and death. And killing, of course. With a mad grin on her bloodied face, she faced one abomination after another, crushing, breaking, and tearing them apart. Her tall, lean body had turned into a lethal battle machine, moving with ferocious speed and devastating power, deadly precision, and murderous will. Both the Zenith Shard and the Dusk Shard behaved like natural extensions of her limbs, alternating between attack and defense to reap one profane life after another. Her armor had been pierced several times, but she paid no attention to it. It didn't matter. All that mattered was to kill as many nightmare creatures as possible, to obliterate as many of the hateful monsters as she could. Their corpses piled up, carpeting the crimson coral with an uninterrupted bleeding mass of broken flesh. After a while, Effie had to start watching her step carefully. Despite that, the number of abominations showed no sign of growing smaller. It was as though the horde was endless and boundless, but she wasn't scared. In fact, Effie was enjoying herself. She'd never experienced anything so exhilarating. Dodging a serrated claw, she lunged forward and crushed the ribcage of an attacking monster with the rim of her shield, then used the remaining momentum to skewer another one on her spear. With no time to retrieve her weapon and turn, she used the shaft of Zenith Shard to deflect a blow from a mighty pincer of a carapace scavenger and kicked the beast viciously, shattering the adamantine shell of its armor. Other sleepers were fighting around her, using the fearsome huntress as an anchor in the sea of death. They were still holding, still breathing. 2 other islands of resistance had formed around James and Castor, who were also in the throes of the battle trance. The proud legacy had turned into a whirlwind of ghostly steel, eviscerating any creature that dared to approach him. His movements were so fast that his enemy's blood could not even fall to the ground. As a result, Castor was constantly surrounded by a cloud of red mist. The experienced hunter fought with cunning and skill, sending one abomination after another into the embrace of death. Whatever wounds appeared on James's body were soon gone, not even leaving a trace. Numerous fearsome creatures had been slain by his hand, unable to do the tall man any harm. And yet, humans were dying. One after another they fell, leaving less warriors to hold back the gluttonous horde. As Effie fought, a sudden thought entered her mind, sending a slight shiver running through her body.
Heavy. This damn shield is so heavy.
She was growing tired. Meanwhile, Kai had lost count of the number of monsters he killed. Because of the constant cycle of losing blood and magically getting it back, he felt slightly lightheaded. Luckily, he had yet to miss a shot. Maybe, and was able to continue firing. More and more corpses fell on the iron net, their blood flowing on the people below. It was as though they were now fighting in the rain, a red, fetid rain of blood. Blood, blood, blood. No matter where Kai looked, he saw nothing but blood. He was sick of it. Gritting his teeth, Kai drew his bow once again, aimed between 2 dead creatures above him, and sent an arrow flying. The nightmare spell sounded its all-too-familiar voice.
You have slain and awakened.
More arrows fly. Kai has no time to listen to the spell. The 3rd wave was running out of arrows. The siege engines were running out of lances, too. And the damn messengers were still circling high above, not even trying to descend. Kai scowled at the sky and wondered, why? Why aren't they attacking? Looking down, Kai tried to catch his breath and muttered, curses. When did it become so dark? He couldn't see where his quivers were. Something shifted in his mind, and then he blinked. Looking up again, Kai realized that the entire net was now covered with corpses. There were so many dead nightmare creatures that formed a macabre carpet that veiled the battlefield from the sun. There wasn't a lot of daylight seeping through the net now, and it was growing darker and darker with each second. His eyes widened, not because of the deep darkness, but because Kai suddenly heard the iron wires groaning under all that weight, almost as if strained too much and on the verge of tearing apart. The protective net was going to break soon. His face paled. Not only would the Spire messengers have access, but the army would have to deal with an avalanche of bodies dropping from the sky. Back on the tall mound of crimson coral, Changing Star suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Sunny. It's time. Things were turning from dire to desperate for the Dreamer army. The first line was almost gone, and the second was now completely engulfed by the horde of nightmare creatures. Shan was still standing her ground, but just barely. The archers under Kai's command were doing their best to eviscerate as many monsters as they could, but with their attention split between those on the ground and those diving at the iron net from above, the results weren't as devastating as they had been during the initial stage of the battle. They were running out of arrows and ammunition, too. The siege engines were slowly disintegrating under the pressure of so many consecutive shots. The people were tired. And the iron net itself looked as though it was going to break soon. It was covered with a carpet of dead nightmare creatures, submerging the battlefield into dim twilight. With every minute, that twilight was turning darker and darker. The human formation seemed to be balancing on the very edge of collapse. It was at that moment that Nephis, who had been calmly meditating through all of that, suddenly opened her eyes. In them, 2 blinding white flames were burning. Her pale face became illuminated by this radiance, like that of a merciless celestial creature. Turning to Sunny, she spoke in a calm and steady voice. "It's time." He sighed. Indeed, it was time for the 2 of them to enter the fray and play their roles. As Neph stood up and summoned her sword, Sunny flexed his shoulders and stretched his neck. The Midnight Shard, however, remained hidden in the depths of the Shadow Core. Sunny glanced at Cassia, hesitated for a few seconds, and then smiled. "Hey, Cass, I'll see you on the other side, I guess." She lingered for a bit, then nodded slowly and turned away. "Don't die," he sighed. "That's my cue, I guess." Together, he and Nephis walked over to the edge of the coral mound and jumped down, leaving the blind girl standing alone on its top. Softly landing on the ground, Sunny waved to Neph. "I'll go first. Good luck." With that, he turned in the direction of the battlefield and inhaled deeply. In front of him, the desperately fighting Dreamer army was intertwined with the nightmare horde in the darkness cast by the groaning net of iron wires. The whole battlefield had turned into a realm of blood, death, and shadow. The more corpses piled on the net, the deeper and darker the shadows became. This was Sunny's territory now. Stepping into the darkness, he suddenly became nigh invisible. The shadows embraced him as one of their own, hiding his figure and movements. Veiled in their embrace, he steeled his will and dashed toward the battlefield. Moving forward, Sunny ran past the tent of the makeshift hospital, where a group of people was supposed to be desperately trying to save those lucky few who had managed to receive a non-lethal wound. Right now, however, the tent was partially toppled and engulfed in chaos. One of the flying nightmare creatures had somehow managed to squeeze under the net and was now wreaking havoc inside of it. Its black body pierced by several arrows, but still full of deadly power. Sunny moved past it without looking back. He had a greater purpose, and if he stopped to help every battle, he'd make no progress. Stepping through the deepest, darkest shadows, he ran past the line of siege engines and noticed the small figure of Eiko helping an exhausted artisan load one last spear into position. The steel lance was clearly too heavy for the delicate girl, but she was pushing it up with stubborn determination. Then, he was between the rows of archers. These people were continuing to fire, desperately trying to clear spots between the numerous corpses piled on top of the trembling iron net. He saw Kai, looking around with a lost look on his face. Sonny wanted to stop and reassure his friend, but couldn't. Sliding between these people without being noticed, he left the third line and dashed toward the second. Here, his task of remaining unseen became much harder. The second line had lost almost all pretense of order, but remained unbroken. With the warriors under Effie's command still taking the brunt of the horde and withstanding its pressure, Shan had managed to prevent any major abominations from reaching the archers, at least for now. Dodging the defending humans and the attacking monsters, Sonny entered the crucible of battle. He wasn't here to fight, however. His goal was still ahead. Moving unseen, he evaded several vicious skirmishes. Somewhere along the way, he noticed Shan herself. The beautiful woman was fighting with darkly fascinating grace. The sunlight shard rose and fell, guided by her slender hand. The amount of power delivered by these strikes, however, was nothing short of terrifying. Every time the warhammer struck, a nightmare creature was broken apart, with bits of chitin, bone, and streams of blood flying into the air. It was still not enough, though. After another blow, a menacing figure of a carapace scavenger suddenly grasped the memory in its powerful pincer and tore it away from Shan's hand. In the next moment, a subtle change happened to the body of the graceful handmaiden. It seemed as though she grew taller, her limbs elongating, her spine twisting. Her smooth skin became like that of a shark, and her eyes rolled back, revealing a second pair of pupils. These ones, vertical and surrounded by a sea of red. Shan's jaw unhinged, revealing several rows of terrible fangs. Dashing forward, she easily broke the carapace of the nightmare creature with her bare fist. A fraction of a second later, her jaws closed on the joint of the pincer, piercing the chitin, and tore the entire limb apart. It was enough to give Sonny nightmares and raise a million questions. Luckily, he couldn't risk processing any of that now. Leaving that disturbing scene behind, Sonny moved into another layer of shadows and ran toward the first line. There, the mass of abominations and surviving humans was almost impenetrable, and yet he had to pierce it. Drawing in a deep breath, Sonny dove into the sea of nightmare creatures. Moving between the endless horde of monsters like a dancer, he dodged and avoided their chaotically moving bodies, keeping to the shadows. If he was noticed, he was going to be torn apart in mere seconds. If he slowed down, he was going to be crushed and obliterated. Like a shadow, Sonny slid between them. A few times, he had to quickly dash beneath an especially tall abomination or jump over another. For a few seconds, he even ran on top of these horrible monsters, jumping from the shoulder of one to the carapace of another, and then back to the bloodied, slippery ground. On his way, he saw Effie. The huntress had either lost or dismissed her shield, and was now spinning her spear and using it to deliver both piercing and slashing attacks, drawing wide arcs in the air with its bronze blade. Her body was covered in blood, and her armor was broken and shattered, but on her face, there was a wide, joyful grin. Leaving it all behind, Sonny moved deeper into the horde of monsters. A few times he thought that he would be noticed, but in the end, the shadows had kept him safe. After a while, an eternity maybe, he finally broke free of the endless mass of nightmare creatures. Now, there was nothing in front of him but the wide expanse of the cursed black water. and the mass of the Crimson Spire, stretching endlessly into the skies. Sunny froze for a moment, captivated by the all-encompassing expanse of the Cyclopean spire that towered above the entire world. Almost at the same moment, the darkness behind him was suddenly annihilated by a blinding explosion of light. The noise of the battle changed, somehow growing even more intense. The howling of the nightmare horde grew louder, but also became slightly muffled, almost anxious. Changing Star had finally joined the fight. A moment later, hundreds of human voices rose in a deafening battle cry, their spirit lifted, their crumbling resolve restored. With Nephis arriving on the battlefield, the balance of the whole battle shifted. The nightmare creatures surged to destroy the radiant figure, only to be obliterated by it. They almost seemed to melt under the furious assault of the incandescent blade, turning into cinder and ash. Neph's arrival brought a moment of relief to the exhausted warriors of the Dreamer army. Instead of using it to catch their breaths and regroup, however, they chose to use this opportunity to launch into a furious attack, making the horde shudder and recoil. Sunny was not paying any attention to what was happening behind his back, though. His eyes were locked on the bridge of crimson coral that stretched across the vast whirlpool of black water, creating a path to the island on which the cursed spire stood. On it, there were countless abominations, each of them pushing, howling, fighting for their turn to taste soft human flesh. However, the harrowing mass of them wasn't endless anymore. He could actually see the tail of the nightmare horde, with the distant half of the bridge being almost empty. Not that it was going to make things easy for him. As soon as Sunny escaped from beneath the iron net, he became illuminated by the bright sunlight. With nowhere else to hide, completely exposed, the eyes of numerous monsters were already on him, bloodlust and hunger igniting in their depths. If he wanted to use the bridge, he was going to have to cut his way through the unending mass of nightmare creatures. Sunny breathed deeply and spoke in a whispered voice.
Saint.
With its metamorphosis finally complete, the Saint was ready to fight once more. Answering his call, the marble echo appeared from the shadows, her ruby eyes burning with cold menace behind the visor of the onyx helmet. The taciturn knight stood silently on the shore of the rushing black water, gazing at the horde of monsters across its dark expanse. Sunny took a few steps back and glanced at the mass of abominations who were already lunging in his direction. He closed his eyes and thought,
"Here goes nothing."
Dashing forward, he crossed the distance to the Saint and jumped. The shadowy echo held out her shield, providing Sunny a surface to step on. Then, it pushed away with all of its incredible strength. This quick series of coordinated moves allowed Sunny to launch himself off this unlikely springboard, and he shot into the air. The wind whistled in his ears. Soaring above the mass of black water and all the horrors that hid in its depths, he flew toward the Crimson Spire with terrible speed. Sunny summoned Darkwing, the cloak's glide aspect proving far more useful than he'd initially expected. The Darkwing turned into a blur behind his back, making Sunny weightless, and thus prolonging his state of flight. Unfortunately, his memory fell short of granting him true flight, so this maneuver was still not nearly enough to reach the island where the spire stood. In a few short seconds, he crossed almost half of the wide surface of the dark whirlpool. But then, still, his momentum slowed, and soon, Sunny started to fall. Thanks to the transparent cloak, he didn't plunge straight down, instead gliding through the air, slowly approaching the seething black water. He was never going to make it, but then, he was never planning to. Twisting his body, Sunny hurled the prowling thorn at the crimson coral of the bridge. As soon as the heavy dagger bit into the coral, Sunny forcefully pulled on the invisible string, changing the direction of his flight. A few seconds later, Sonny landed on the bridge in a roll and jumped to his feet. Behind him, the tail end of the nightmare horde was still oblivious to his presence. A shocked laugh escaped Sonny's lips.
It worked! It actually worked!
The steps of the process had to be so carefully coordinated for Sonny to make it even this far. Sure, in his mind this was a possibility, but he wasn't sure if he ever expected things to pan out. In front of him was a clear path to the Crimson Spire. Dismissing the Dark Wing and summoning Shadow Saint back to his core, Sonny ran forward without wasting even a moment to look back. Soon, the Crimson Spire eclipsed the whole sky. It seemed as though the world suddenly made a 90-degree turn, the ground itself becoming vertical instead of horizontal. Even craning his neck, Sonny couldn't see to the top of the ominous tower anymore. It was as if the dream realm was like a box, and he had reached one of its walls, the edge of reality itself. Throwing all unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sonny rushed toward the spire. His goal was almost in sight. Trying to focus, he muttered to himself,
7 severed heads, guarding 7 locks.
This was what Cassia had told them a year ago, at the start of this cursed journey. Somewhere at the base of the Crimson Spire, there was a place where one could insert 7 keys into 7 locks to seal the curse of the all-consuming darkness underground once more, thus restoring the oath of the ancient heroes. Shard memories had given Changing Star's cohort these keys, and now Sonny held all of them in his soul. He just had to find the locks, and very soon he did. Hidden behind a tall mound of crimson coral, a vast expanse of flat surface led all the way to the walls of the corrupted spire. On it, arranged in a wide semicircle, 7 giant heads stared away from Sonny. Despite the fact that they were facing the other way, he recognized them immediately. These were the stolen heads of the 7 colossal statues that stood across the desolate hell of the Forgotten Shore. Ones that had been torn off their shoulders by the Crimson Terror thousands of years ago, and then brought here to lay at the base of its citadel for all eternity. The Lord, the Priestess, the Knight, the Hunter, the Builder, the Slayer, and the Stranger. Their gazes were aimed at the gargantuan gates of the spire, and there, on those gates, the image of 7 shining stars was engraved into the ancient stone. Each star had a dark keyhole in its radiant center. Sonny's whole body shook as adrenaline surged through him. The end was in sight. He had found the locks. He had the power to banish this darkness. He also had the very eerie feeling that any second now, something powerful and dangerous would appear to stop him from accomplishing that task. He took his first step towards the locks, fear welling inside him. Summoning Saint to stand side by side with him once again, Sonny glanced at the gates of the Crimson Spire and grimaced. He jumped down from the mound of coral. There was an uneasy feeling in his stomach.
I don't like this at all.
Out there on the island, it was quiet. Too quiet. Even though all the nightmare creatures were now behind him, slowly devouring the Dreamer army, the open space pierced by the gazes of the severed heads of stone colossus was too ominous and foreboding to not spell trouble. But Sonny was done being afraid a long time ago. He strengthened his convictions.
It's time for you to fear me instead.
Walking forward, he passed between the giant heads and entered the empty space in front of the Cyclopean gates. Feeling as though someone was staring at his back, Sonny shivered and approached the 7 locks. Halfway to the gates, he stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then looked back at the stone heads. This was the first time he saw the faces of the 7 heroes. The face of the Lord was noble and dignified. The face of the Priestess, beautiful and gentle. The Slayer was arrogant and cold, her lips twisted in a crooked grin. The Stranger wore a helmet. darkness nesting in the cracks of its visor. Sonny sighed.
People. They were just people.
Turning away, Sonny sighed, then shook his head in dejection.
I won't judge you for what you have done, but I really hope, that we will be able to do better.
With that, he took another step forward and froze. Something had changed on the stretch of land between him and the gates of the Crimson Spire. A cold wind suddenly howled, throwing bits of coral into the air. Those pieces of coral did not fall down. Instead, more and more of the crimson shards flew up, slowly forming into 7 twisted silhouettes. Sonny cursed and outstretched his hand, summoning the midnight shard into it. A few seconds later, 7 golems of crimson coral stood in front of him and Saint, blocking the path to the star sigil. He recognized their shapes. The armored figure of the knight, the slender figure of the slayer, the graceful figure of the priestess. Vile, corrupted facsimiles of the 7 heroes slowly moved, raising their weapons to point at him. Their movements were crude and inhuman, but radiated a sense of terrible, profane power. Despite their outward appearance, he felt that these creatures were desecrating the memory of the ancient heroes instead of manifesting it. Sonny grinned and walked toward the coral golems, the blade of his sword pointed downward.
7 of you? Do you really think this will be enough to stop me?
He was met with silence. Not that he expected a reply. His dark eyes gleamed, turning cold and ruthless.
Well then, fools, come and get me.
With that, he dashed forward and raised the midnight shard. Before Sonny could strike, however, the stranger appeared in front of him as though out of nowhere and put his round shield in the path of the austere sword. Hitting it felt like hitting a mountain. Sonny's eyes widened.
They're fast.
A fraction of a second later, he noticed a beak of a warhammer flying toward his temple with terrible speed. Gritting his teeth, Sonny shifted and blocked it with the blade of the midnight shard. As a painful shockwave rolled through his body, he was thrown backward and slid on the red coral, then groaned and spat a mouthful of blood. As the pain radiated through his body, Sonny couldn't help but wonder,
damn it, how are they so strong?
Looking up, he saw 7 tall figures approaching him with steady, inevitable malice. Each of the golems was powerful enough to rip an entire cohort of sleepers to pieces. To his side, Saint raised her shield and hit its rim twice with the blade of her sword. Sonny understood her meaning and agreed.
Whatever. Let's do this.
Back across the whirlpool of black water, the Dreamer army was still furiously resisting the horde of nightmare creatures. By now, all of the monsters had left the coral bridge and descended upon the sleepers, consumed by the mad desire for human flesh. There was no distinction between the first and the second line now. All those still alive were engulfed by the bloody chaos of the slaughter, desperately trying to survive in the midst of absolute chaos. Changing Star was at the center of the terrible bloodshed, shining like a radiant sun. She fought alone because no one else could survive the devastating pressure that the Horde exerted in the zealous attempts to extinguish that light. Any human that tried to approach and help her was immediately torn to pieces. Indifferent to everything, Nephis moved like a furious deity, eviscerating one abomination after another. All around her, burning corpses littered the ground, their cursed blood boiling and evaporating into the air. Not only was her presence relieving the pressure from the rest of the sleepers, but they also found strength in it. As long as Changing Star fought for their salvation, how could they give up? As long as her light was there to banish the darkness, how could they lose hope? That was why no monster had managed to break through the remnants of the first 2 lines and reach the archers. Standing on the slippery surface of the crimson coral, Kai gazed at the terrible scene of the massacre below him and then raised his face to the sky, Instead of the sky, however, he saw the dark mass of bleeding corpses carpeting the iron net. His face paled, the light disappearing from his eyes. As the last officer of the Dreamer army to not engage in the melee, he was the only one who could see the bigger picture. He was the only one who knew that the iron net was mere minutes away from breaking. When it did, the mass of sharp iron wires and all the crushing weight of countless dead monsters was going to fall on the remains of the human formation, spelling their doom. Someone had to do something, and that someone was him. Kai blinked, then closed his eyes for a moment. Of course, I am the only one who can. Nothing could stop the collapse of the iron net, but the manner in which it collapsed could be controlled. All they had to do was cut it at a suitable spot, allowing for the mass of dead nightmare creatures to fall down without burying the fighting humans beneath it. And who could cut the iron wires besides a person capable of flying? The only problem was that once the net was cut, nothing was going to stop the 5 Spire messengers from entering through the breach. He was going to have to lead them away from the battlefield too. Kai took a breath and accepted his fate. Yes, this is what I have to do. Dismissing his heavy bow, Kai stared at the ground for a few moments, an elegant sword slowly appearing in his hand. And then, with an expression of dark resolve appearing on his face, he pushed himself off the crimson coral and flew to the strained iron net. Effie stumbled back and swiped the Zenith Shard in a wide arc, cutting through the bodies of several nightmare creatures.
Ah, damn it.
With her other hand, Effie took hold of the oversized translucent tick that bit deep into her thigh and tore it away, losing a chunk of flesh in the process. Before the repulsive creature had time to sever her fingers with its sharp mandibles, she crushed it in her fist. Feeling hot blood streaming down her leg, she grimaced and unceremoniously wiped the pulverized remains of the tick on the fabric of the sunlight shard, then spun to follow the trajectory of her spear. Effie was tired. So tired. She was utterly exhausted, but there was no end to the nightmarish horde. Her lips snarled upward.
Can't you all just die, bastards?
Catching the shaft of the Zenith Shard with both hands once again, she thrust it back and skewered another abomination, then tore the sharp spike away and dashed to the side. A moment later, a terrifying sight of a Carapace Centurion sunk into the spot where she had just been. Effie spun the spear and lashed out with it, piercing the chest of the massive creature and killing it on the spot. As the heavy body fell to the ground and sent tremors through it, she had a second to draw in a pained, raspy breath. Her wounded leg almost buckled. She wondered,
why is no one covering my back?
Effie looked around to check on the fellow sleepers who had been fighting by her side, but failed to see anyone. All around her, there was nothing but the endless mass of nightmare creatures. It seemed like everyone was already dead, except for her. This wouldn't be the first time the young woman was the sole surviving member of her party. Effie felt a strangled laugh erupt from her lips. Was this truly happening to her? All over again? Effie was left alone in the sea of monsters, separated from the remnants of the Dreamer army by an impenetrable wall of claws and chitin. She only knew that someone was still alive and fighting back there because of the radiant white light that continued to illuminate the vast expanse of the battlefield, of this tomb that they had built for themselves from iron wires and dead nightmare creatures. Not that the light could reach where she stood. Here, there was nothing but darkness. She didn't have much hope of reaching it either. Effie looked at the ground and smiled bitterly. Then, she raised her head high and stared at the approaching tide of monsters, her eyes sparkling with dark amusement. If this was her fate, she would accept it proudly with the spear in her hand.
Come on then, beasts. Oh, what a feast this will be.
Back on the island of the Crimson Spire, Sunny and the Marble Saint were facing off against the ghastly coral creatures who guarded the 7 locks. Sunny barely avoided the blade of the coral sword and deflected it to the side with the Midnight Shard. Then, he tried to counterattack, but was forced to jump back with a muffled curse. A sharp stiletto flew past his face, leaving a shallow cut on his cheek. Sunny's voice was laden with annoyance.
Damned abominations!
Currently, he was facing 3 golems at the same time. The Knight, the Slayer, and the Priestess were trying to surround him. They moved with terrifying speed and possessed enough power to obliterate a sleeper with laughable ease. Luckily, Sunny was not just any sleeper. The shadow was wrapped around his body, making him faster and stronger. With its help, he was barely able to hold on and remain alive. For now, some distance away from him, Saint was facing off against the Stranger, the Builder, and the Hunter. Those 3 seemed to be even more ferocious than his opponents, so the shadow was having a lot of trouble too. Sunny was too absorbed in his battle to pay a ton of attention, but he finds himself thinking,
This doesn't make any sense.
Sunny was not surprised that these constructs were far more powerful than him, but Saint was an awakened demon, and one of the most dangerous nightmare creatures of her rank he had ever seen, no less. And yet, she was barely able to remain in one piece. Good thing that the 7th golem had yet to join the fight. The Lord stood motionlessly, some distance away, as though uninterested in the fight. Because of how fast his enemies were, and their numerical advantage, Sunny had to summon the Moonlight Shard as well. Now, he was holding the sword in one hand and the dagger in the other. This wasn't what he was used to and made his offense weaker, but allowed him to bolster his defense. This was one of the reasons why Sunny was still alive. Suddenly, a blast of light hammered into his eyes, making him stagger and blinding him for a few short moments. In the next second, the Priestess lunged at him. She wielded no weapons, but her coral hands were deadly enough to serve as a pair of them. Trusting the shadow sense, Sunny dodged and brought the Midnight Shard down, hoping to catch the golem. His second hand moved, blocking a strike of the Slayer. Just as before, the impact almost shattered the bones in his wrist and sent Sunny reeling. He had successfully resisted the attack and bought himself enough time to regain his vision, only to be faced with the furious threat of another assault, this one coming from the Knight. Saint wasn't having any more luck. Her shield had been caught by the beak of the Builder's warhammer and pulled down, which gave the Hunter an opportunity to thrust his spear into the breach in her defense. At the same time, the Stranger was preparing to attack her from behind. Sunny groaned in pain.
This can't go on much longer. Think.
Sunny felt as though he was missing some crucial fact about this arduous, lethal fight. He had to solve it before the last golem joined in. Twisting his body to deflect the incoming strike, he frowned. Why had the Lord not attacked? There was something about it. Suddenly, Sunny's eyes narrowed. A light bulb clicked on in his head.
Can it be?
The golems were created in the image of the ancient heroes and even wielded the same weapons. Had he managed to resist his attackers for so long, partially because he was intimately acquainted with their armaments? After all, he held the Midnight and Moonlight Shard in his hands. If their weapons were the same as his shard memories, just made out of crimson coral, was it the same for the Lord? Did the Crimson Terror create his equivalent of the Crown of Dawn, and was it currently feeding the 7 golems with power? The Lord was standing alone, seemingly indifferent to the battle that was happening in front of him. Just like Nephis sat away from the battlefield at the start of the siege, the gem of the Dawn Shard burned brightly on her forehead. If the 7th golem was doing to the other 6 what Changing Star had been doing for the Dreamer army, then Sunny still had a chance. If only he could somehow shake these fighters and get to the Lord. Glancing at the graceful figure of Saint, Sunny gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. He had no choice but to do it. Too much depended on his success. A moment later, he feinted an attack and jumped back at the last moment, disengaging from the 3 menacing coral golems. At the same time, he sent the Saint a mental command. The taciturn demon froze for a fraction of a second, as though hesitating, but in the end, she did not. Abandoning the measured cadence of her flawless technique, Saint allowed the spear of the hunter to strike her in the chest. The force of that vicious attack was so immense that her onyx armor shattered, allowing the tip of the spear to bite deep into her stone-like flesh. Soon, a stream of ruby dust flowed out of the wound, painting the broken cuirass red, but the shadow did not pay it any attention. Catching the shaft of the spear with her shield hand, she twisted her torso and flung the towering coral golem away. And then, she suddenly dashed to the side. Before the terrible creatures could understand what was happening, she closed the distance and descended upon the 3 abominations attacking Sunny. Even though her attack was swift and unexpected, they managed to react to it at the last moment. The obsidian steel of her dark sword was met by weapons made of crimson coral. It gave Sunny the second he needed to get past them, nevertheless. Dodging the hand of the priestess, he appeared behind the 3 golems and ran toward the distant figure of the Lord. Behind him, Saint challenged all 6 of the golems, charging forward with a ferocious onslaught of attacks. She paid dearly to buy him time, however. Just a second later, another attack got past her defense, leaving a deep crack on the black armor, and then another, and another. Ruby dust flowed down like blood. With a terrible grimace contorting his pale face, Sunny rushed to reach the 7th of the Star Sigil Guardians. Kai approached the dark mass of broken flesh and groaning iron wires, feeling cold drops of blood fall on his face. Changing the angle of his flight to move parallel to the ground, he clenched his teeth and lashed out with his sword. The heavy blade of the falcata collided with the iron wires and easily sliced them apart. This net was created from the same thin metal as the webs of iron spiders. It couldn't resist the sharpness of his weapon memory, which was elevated almost to the ascended rank by the miraculous Crown of Dawn. His hand, however, wasn't as strong. Even with his core brimming with soul essence, Kai was still just a sleeper. As soon as he struck the net, a sharp pain pierced his wrist. He screamed, but did not let the sword fall from his hand. Almost. As a long cut appeared on the net, many corpses fell down through the breach. Kai had chosen the target for his attack carefully, making sure that the rain of dead nightmare creatures would fall on the empty stretch of crimson coral between the largely intact line of archers and the remnants of the vanguard, which was embroiled in horrifying melee. But this was not enough. The number of dropping corpses was too small to relieve the pressure from the crumbling net. Dashing through the air, Kai made a turn and flew back. A few moments later, he delivered another strike. A second cut appeared on the net, crisscrossing the first one. With a strange and melodic noise, 4 triangular sections of the net collapsed, creating a wide funnel through which a flood of bleeding carcasses fell. Even more slowly rolled in the newly formed depression, finally allowing sunlight back onto the battlefield. And through that breach, he saw the sky once again. Most of the flying nightmare creatures had been slain by the archers, with just a few still trying fruitlessly to break through the net. But high above them, 5 dark dots still circled in the clouds. As soon as Kai saw them, a cold shiver ran through his body, because it felt as though they saw him too. A moment later, the messengers broke the perfect symmetry of their circle
and plunged down.
No. Kai's eyes widened. Dashing through the breach, he dismissed his aspect ability and allowed inertia to pull him down. A moment later, he landed on the carpet of dead monsters and desperately looked for arrows sticking from the bodies. Tearing 1, 2, 3, 5 of them from the flesh of the nightmare creatures, he simultaneously summoned his bow. He would have gathered more, but there was no more time. As soon as his bow weaved itself from sparks of light, Kai pushed himself off the carpet of carcasses and shot upward. Then he looked up. The 5 terrifying spire messengers were descending upon him, wind whistling through their gruesome black feathers. Hunger and madness were burning in their eyes. For some reason, it felt as though the heavens themselves were falling on him. Flying toward the fallen monsters, Kai desperately drew his bow and sent an arrow in their direction. Then 2, 3, 4, and finally 5. At that point, the messengers were close enough to see every detail of their repulsive pale bodies. The arrows Kai shot were mundane ones, and thus unable to do much damage to these harrowing abominations, unless aimed perfectly by a master of the bow. All 5 struck the base of one of the messenger's wings, damaging it enough to send the vile creature crashing down out of control. Kai dodged to the side, missing the second one by just a few meters. The third one was now right above him, its beak opening in a gluttonous glee. That was when Kai made his 6th shot, only this time, the arrow he sent flying was not mundane at all. It was the blood arrow. The hideous black memory streaked through the air and hit the messenger right in the eye, sinking in so deep that only its fletching remained seen. The terrible monster suddenly convulsed and then fell down. The melodious voice of the spell sang into Kai's ear.
You have slain a fallen monster, cursed.
But he had no time to listen to it. Using the body of the creature he had just killed as a shield, Kai evaded the attack of the 4th messenger. But the last one suddenly appeared right in front of him, leaving Kai no path to retreat, no hope of saving himself. It was too late. The terrifying black beak shot forward. Effie did her best. She really, really did. But in the end, there was only so much that a person could endure. After an eternity of refusing to give up, covered in terrible wounds, she made a mistake. It wasn't a mistake even, just the inevitable failure of a body put through too much pain. After delivering another lethal blow, she tried to dodge an attacking monster, but at the most crucial moment, her mauled leg suddenly buckled. With a short yell, Effie stumbled and fell to the ground. The creature didn't give her a chance to stand up again. It jumped atop the huntress, pressing her into the ground. All she had time to do was grab the jaws of the monster to prevent them from closing on her head. Effie wanted to throw the heavy abomination off her, but a moment later, another jumped on it, its mandibles biting into her shoulder, and then another, and another, and another. Soon, she was buried under a crushing pile of frenzied nightmare creatures, sharp teeth sinking into her flesh. Her thoughts were a blur of pain.
Hurts. It hurts so much.
Effie gritted her teeth, remembering what it was like to see that distant, pure light. At the last moment, the coral golem moved, disappearing from Sunny's view. A fraction of a second later, it materialized a few steps away, just outside of the Midnight Shard's reach. Bastard! It was too late to change the direction of his attack. Pulled forward and down by the inertia, Sunny was forced to finish his downward slash and stumbled, falling to one knee. He found himself in a dangerous position, wide open for an attack, and with little ability to maneuver. The perverse simulacrum of the Lord towered above him, his powerful frame radiating a sense of harrowing strength. On the forehead of the artificial creature, a polished piece of coral shined with intense crimson light. That light seemed to sap the life from everything it fell upon. Feeling a sudden weakness permeate his body, Sonny gritted his teeth and dashed to the side. A split second later, the fist of the Lord pierced the air with a cracking sound and shattered the ground, sending a rain of debris flying in every direction. Twisting his body, Sonny spun and delivered a backhanded blow before his feet even touched the ground. The blade of the tachi scraped against the vambrace of the golem's armor, leaving a deep gash in it. However, it didn't do a lot of damage. Landing and sliding back on the coral, Sonny thrust his hand forward and sent the moonlight shard flying at the golem's face. The creature easily swatted it away with its hand. By the time it did, however, Sonny was already near, delivering a high thrust with the midnight shard. As soon as the Lord moved to deflect the austere blade, he changed the direction of his attack and turned it into a vicious horizontal cut. Using every last bit of his finesse and prowess, Sonny brought down a rain of strikes on the golem. He was moving with astonishing speed and agility, his attacks and steps seamlessly flowing from one into another. It was as though the whole onslaught was just one fluid, continuous motion. But no matter how swift and skilled he was, it all turned out to be useless. The Lord was much faster, stronger, and more powerful. Even though he was temporarily forced to concentrate on nothing but defense, every second that passed spelled doom for Sonny, because somewhere behind him, Saint was being slowly destroyed by the 6 other golems, and as soon as she fell, he was going to die.
Curse you.
Pausing for a mere moment, Sonny gave the coral abomination a chance to attack. Its fist shot toward his chest with terrifying speed. Turning his torso, Sonny avoided the blow and caught the hand of the golem between his body and his arm. This position didn't give him any advantage because the creature was much stronger than him. On the contrary, it immobilized one of his hands and forced him to let go of the hilt of the midnight sword with the other. But it gave Sonny purchase. The Lord raised his second fist, ready to crush the human skull with one deadly strike. High in the skies above the battlefield, Kai was just moments away from death. He had wounded one of the messengers, killed another, and avoided 2 more. But the last one was now upon him, and there was no escape. Time seemed to slow down. With his eyes opened wide in terror, he stared at the swiftly approaching beak of the harrowing creature. No matter how fast Kai was, he knew that this time he wouldn't be able to evade his end. If only he had 1 more second, a fraction of a second even. Fully aware that it was hopeless, Kai changed the direction of his flight. Despite it all, he had to at least try. At the last moment, something flashed through the air and collided with the black beak of the messenger, throwing it slightly off course. That gave Kai the fraction of a second he was praying for. Twisting his body, he allowed the beak to pass mere centimeters away from it, crashed into the side of the messenger and bounced off it, then stumbled away through the clouds. A slender, graceful rapier suddenly appeared by his side and then circled around him, cutting a stray black locust in half. With its pommel facing Kai and its tip aimed at anyone who would dare to attack him, the quiet dancer glided through the air, forming a defensive sphere of sharp steel around the young man. Despite its inanimate nature, the flying rapier somehow managed to convey the feeling of mean, arrogant, and bad-tempered protectiveness. Staring at the elegant echo, Kai couldn't help but smile.
Thank you, Cassia.
On the blood-soaked battlefield, a small hill of monsters was moving and shifting, every horrifying creature in it lusting to taste the flesh of one person buried beneath. It seemed as though there was no hope. But hope was something that Effie had abandoned a long time ago. She didn't need it. All she needed was a roof over her head, delicious food on her plate, and the thrill of the hunt. The indescribable pleasure of being healthy, strong, and living. With a tiny bit of misguided pride mixed in to spice things up. She wasn't willing to die yet. Not like this. Not without giving it one last fight. Suddenly, a muffled sound resounded from under the hill of monsters. It was a furious growl, full of rage, defiance, and a desperate will to survive. A moment later, the hill shuddered, and then exploded. Bodies of nightmare creatures flying away and rolling on the ground. Straining her muscles to the point where it felt like they were about to explode, and then past that, Effie pushed the incredible weight away with her mighty shoulders and emerged from the seething mass of abominations. She was still holding the jaws of the first creature to jump on her with her bleeding hands. With a ruthless motion, she tore them apart and threw the broken body aside. Her fist flashed through the air, crushing someone's skull. Effie had lost the Zenith shard somewhere, but it didn't matter anymore. With a bestial growl, she spun and fought, killing one monster after another with her bare hands. She was not going to surrender. She was not going to back down. She was not going to. After a while, no one was there to attack her anymore. Effie didn't know why. To be honest, by then, she couldn't see much. Her vision was blurry and slowly growing dark. Met with the lack of resistance, she staggered and fell to her knees. She tried to draw in a breath, but something was blocking her throat, and something was wrong with her lungs. She couldn't.
This is the end, I guess.
Through the blurry dark fog, Effie suddenly saw a radiant figure approach. She smiled.
Is that you, Princess? I hate to admit it, but I don't think I can.
It was getting hard to form thoughts, much less sentences. Effie sighed, then closed her eyes, ready to give in to the comfort of oblivion. But then, two cool hands softly touched her face, and purifying white flames rolled through her body, burning the pain and the agony away. Sunny was entangled with the Lord, the abomination's hand trapped between his arm and his body. The golem didn't seem to care about it that much, however. Instead, it raised his other fist and prepared to deliver the final blow. Before he had the chance to do so, however, Sunny's empty hand shot forward. Grabbing the shining piece of crimson coral with his fingers, he strained for a fraction of a second, and then tore it from the creature's forehead. The polished gem came out of the coral flesh of the terrible creature, dragging countless red threads with it. Sunny pulled as hard as he could, and then twisted his hand, forcing the red strings to snap. Something cracked inside the menacing lord's body, and he suddenly staggered. Without wasting this opportunity, Sunny released the golem's hand, raised the midnight shard high above his head, and then delivered a devastating downward slash. The blade of the Tachi collided with the crimson coral and shattered it, turning the towering figure of the Lord into a rain of crumbling shards. Left on the top of the tall mound of crimson coral, Cassia stood alone in the darkness. Now that the quiet dancer had left her side, she was back to her previous self. Lost, weak, frightened, and utterly helpless. The oppressive nothingness surrounded her from all sides, but that nothingness was full of sound. It swelled with the deafening cacophony of the nightmare horde's onslaught. Cassia heard howls, growling, inhuman screams, shrieks, and the scraping of chitin. She heard the clangor of steel and the sound of flesh being ripped apart. She also heard countless human voices calling out to any kind of deity that could save them, full of fury, agony, bravery, fear, resolve, sorrow, strength, helplessness, hope, faith, despair, disbelief. She heard them dying. Standing above it all, Cassia shivered. She wanted to press her hands against her ears, but didn't. Her terrible vision was coming true, and she was back to being lost in the darkness. Just like before, worse than before, almost like on that first day in this cursed, forsaken, lightless land, in this forgotten hell. Back then, she had found herself stranded on a similar mound of coral, only what surrounded her was the dark sea and not a horde of nightmare creatures. But Cassia didn't know that. She didn't know where she was and what was hiding in the boundless darkness. She only knew that she was alone and helpless, that she was going to die in that lonesome, cold nothingness. She had given up. Sitting down on the hard coral, she hugged her knees and tried not to cry. Abandoned and forgotten, she waited for death. But instead of death, a cold and indifferent voice came out of the darkness. "What are you doing?" That was how she met Nephis, who saved and protected her ever since, without even asking anything in return. Not before, and not after learning of what Cassia's aspect was able to do, just because she wanted to. Nephis brought her out of the darkness and destroyed the bitter, all-encompassing prison of her loneliness. How was Cassia supposed to ever repay that debt? And then she met Sunny, sweet Sunny, who pretended to be callous and cruel, but was actually caring and kind. And then she had to make a choice. And now she had to live with that choice, or die with it. As Cassia stood, listening to the sounds of slaughter, a sudden gust of wind rustled her beautiful blonde hair. She flinched and slowly turned to face the wind. A moment later, her face paled and her lips moved slightly.
No.
Left alone, away from the battle, where no one could have heard her, Cassia closed her eyes and whispered into the nothingness.
A storm. There is a storm.
The Dreamer army became much smaller, but still held on. In fact, it was slowly pushing the horde of the nightmare creatures back. As the line of archers ran out of arrows and ammunition, those who had no suitable memories to replace them summoned their melee weapons and joined the vanguard, reinforcing its dwindling numbers. The artisans had done the same, abandoning their siege engines and throwing themselves into the crucible of combat. The nightmare horde, meanwhile, had depleted its seemingly endless reserve of fresh bodies. With no more abominations crossing the bridges of crimson coral and lunging forward to join the massacre, its mass was slowly growing thinner. With Changing Stars serving as the unassailable core of the human formation and rallying fighters around her, with Effie stalling the entire horde to give the rest of the humans time to mend the breaches in their defense lines, for a few minutes, the flow of the battle froze in fragile balance. The two opposing forces seemed to finally be evenly matched. All it would have taken for the humans to turn that balance in their favor was one last furious push.
Come on! Hold strong!
Light yourself on fire!
Follow the immortal flame!
As several people yelled, feeling that the fate of this battle was about to be decided, a gust of wind suddenly blew over the battlefield, bringing with it the smell of salt. The light dimmed slightly. Looking west, they suddenly stumbled and froze for a few moments. Their faces became as white as snow. Behind the crimson spire, an impenetrable wall of darkness was slowly devouring the world. It was approaching the battlefield with terrifying speed. Numerous bolts of lightning illuminating its furious depths. A storm was coming. As it drew closer and closer, the surface of the black water that swirled around the island of the Cyclopean Tower suddenly trembled, and then it began to crawl upward. First, slowly, and then faster and faster. The black whirlpool swelled and moved forward, swallowing the crimson coral meter after meter, its dark vastness rising and seething. The cursed sea was coming to devour the forgotten shore. The monsters that guarded the Crimson Spire, however, did not react in the same way as the usual nightmare creatures would have. Instead of scurrying away to find shelter, they howled and shrieked in eerie triumph, and then crashed into the Dreamer army with renewed fury. Expressions of terror and despair appeared on people's faces, but there was nowhere to retreat, nowhere to run. All they could do was stand and fight. Even when the ground beneath their feet became slippery and slick, covered by a thin film of black water. Even when the water continued rising.
You have slain and awakened your shadow. You have received a...
Spinning as soon as the remains of the Lord crumbled to the ground, Sunny dashed toward the remaining 6 golems to reinforce the heavily damaged saint. He didn't listen to the spell, picking up only one piece of information from her words. The coral golems were of the awakened rank. Just as a fallen tyrant was not supposed to be able to create minions of the same rank, a fallen terror was most likely not capable of such a feat either. Was it? Previously, the coral constructs were fast and powerful enough to make Sunny think that they were fallen creatures, but it was just the effect of the profane gem burning in the Lord's forehead. Just like the Dawn Shard was able to elevate awakened memories to the boundary of the ascended rank, so had the Lord enhanced his fellow abominations, bringing their power close to that of the fallen. But now that he was destroyed, the augmentation disappeared with him. Sunny was confident in his ability to finish off 6 awakened nightmare creatures. For the most part. As he ran, a strong gust of wind suddenly hit him in the back, almost making Sunny stumble. What the hell? Throwing a glance over his shoulders, he stared at the skies, his eyes widening. An endless wall of darkness crashed into the Crimson Spire and swallowed it, painting the whole world black. Stunned, Sunny gritted his teeth and turned away from it, a cold feeling of dread permeating his entire body.
No!
In front of him, the saint was barely holding on to life. Her armor was broken and painted red by the crimson dust that flowed from a dozen terrible wounds. The visor of the helmet was shattered, together with the side of her face. One of her ruby eyes was missing, replaced by a jagged black hole. As he ran, a vicious blow of the knight's sword got past the saint's defense and bit into her shield arm, severing it at the elbow. Saint staggered and awkwardly lashed out with her sword. Then she took a step back and fell heavily to one knee.